Yeah.
Good talking to you.
Yeah, it might be over there since it's difficult to hear you.
Yeah, they do better here because, you know,
It's a
so anyway,
yeah, absolutely. Hear and see it.
Podium mic check 1 2 3. Podium mic testing 1 2 3. Manager mic testing 1 2 3. Manager mic check 1 2 3.
Oh, go ahead.
County clerk mic check 1 2 3. County clerk testing 1 2 3. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Attorney mic testing 1 2 3. Attorney mic check 1 2 3. MEITZNER mic check 1 2 3. MEITZNER mic testing 1 2 3. Dennis mic check 1 2 3. Dennis mic testing 1 2 3. BATY mic check 1 2 3. BATY mic testing 1 2 3. Howell mic check 1 2 3. Howell mic testing 1 2 3. All right, can everyone hear me? We're going to be starting in about 2 minutes. Stand by. All right, we have 1 minute. Thirty seconds, standing by. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Well, good morning. I want to welcome you here today. Those that are joining us on our television partner KPTS, those joining us online, and those who are here in person, we're glad you're here today. When you walked in, you could have picked up a meeting agenda packet. We encourage you to follow along what we're working through. A lot of items on the agenda today, and there's also supporting documents. All the supporting documents that we have access to, you also have access to. You can go to sedgwickcounty.org and click on the hyperlinks there, and you can see all the information. It's a pretty good read. So we encourage you to follow along there. A couple notes before we get started today. Commissioner Lopez will be joining us on Zoom. She's there and active now. Her daughter's having a pretty significant procedure this morning, and she's where she needs to be with her family. So we're encouraged that she was able to join us via Zoom, but we're also praying for her daughter and the medical procedure that's being done today. So welcome, Commissioner Lopez. We're glad you're able to join us. With that being said, there's a lot of things on the agenda today, a lot of moving parts. I'm excited to get to work. So I'll officially call the meeting to order for May 22nd, 2024. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Invocation to be led by Rabbi Shmulik Greenberg. Please remain standing for the flag salute.
I would like to begin this invocation with an ark, an act of random kindness, which tomorrow, God willing, will become an act of routine kindness. Sovereign of the world, look favorably upon the honorable commissioners of Sedgwick County and bestow upon them the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Bless these individuals who have been chosen to make laws and decisions for the citizens of our county with wisdom and understanding in their noble pursuit of justice and equality. In Jewish tradition, today is known as the second Passover. There were a group of individuals in the desert who were not pure during the first Paschal sacrifice and were therefore absolved of this obligation. They, however, were not content and cried out to Moses, "It is not fair. Why do we miss out? We too want a part of this." And God listened and gave them a second chance 1 month later. We must never take for granted God's kindness in offering us another chance and another and yet another. Almighty God, grant us all the wisdom and patience to appreciate your kindness in gifting us a new day with new opportunity to bring more goodness and kindness to our world by learning from you how to treat our fellow man, to always give another chance. Give this honorable Board of County Commissioners guidance so that they will always be conscious of your presence and will strive to enact laws with honesty and integrity in accordance with your will. May our county serve as a beacon of light for people of all faiths and walks of life. Now let us say Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Rabbi, thanks for joining us again this morning, your encouragement. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner,
Present.
Commissioner Dennis.
Present.
Commissioner Howell,
Present.
Commissioner Lopez,
Present.
Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item, please.
County announcements.
Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Gibbs of Strategic Communications. May is Older Americans Month, and it's a time for us to recognize and honor older adults for their wealth of life, experience, and historical knowledge that helps guide younger generations. The Sedgwick County Department of Aging and Disabilities provides services to adults 55 plus to assist them in maintaining independence. For more information on these services, please visit sedgwickcounty.org/aging. Also in May, we celebrate Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. Some Sedgwick County employees shared stories from their cultural and traditions in this short video.
My culture is so important to me. My grandparents raised me on my Filipino side. At a very young age, in our culture, my grandma taught me how to cook Filipino food. And then we would also go to a lot of Filipino festivals. As a Filipino American, we love throwing huge parties and we love involving the community and bringing everybody together through our food.
Well, there's 6 of us, and I'm the oldest, and she's the next oldest. So there's a big Filipino community here in Wichita. When you graduate from high school, they have like a debutante ball. So we had to learn a traditional Filipino dance, and
so it's called tininkling.
Yeah.
And it's basically long bamboo sticks that are just kind of rhythmically beaten together.
We're in, complete Filipino garb, and we're dancing in front of everyone. So it was lots of fun.
So I'm like 4th generation Filipino Chinese. And then when I came here, I guess you could add, Asian American to that now. I act as a liaison between ComCare and the homeless community. It's the seeing that you're making a difference. I know I'm like very, very small, but I try to do my part.
It is incredibly rewarding to see the positive impact of our work and to make a difference in lives of those around us. I completed my medical training in my home country, India. Today, I'm so proud to be an epidemiologist, disease detectives in Sedgwick County.
I think family is one of the most important things to us and bringing our families and communities together.
I think just for anybody, it's just good to recognize their heritage, where they come from.
And it just makes you appreciate the history and why you are the way you are.
On Monday, we held our first 2025 Budget Roundtable event, and we are holding another on Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. The event will take place at Campus High School from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. At the event, attendees will learn about county roles, the county's current financial status, and will be able to provide feedback before the 2025 recommended budget is presented in July. Hope you can make it. For today's county good news, I want to shout out to Justin Wagner, our Sedgwick County Councilor. He recently received the 2024 Benson Bat Award from the Wichita Bar Association. This was given on their Law Day and Awards Luncheon. and along with others for their exceptional efforts in the law. The Benson Bat Award specifically celebrates volunteers, whether they are lawyers or not, who have made significant impact in law-related education. Congratulations, sir. I also want to congratulate Commissioner Lopez. She was recently named one of the 2024 Wichita Business Journal Women Who Lead in Major Companies. This award celebrates women who work at some of Wichita's top companies and have made a significant impact in their professional sectors. Congratulations, ma'am. And that's all I have for today. I'll stand for any questions.
Very good. Any questions or comments for Nicole? Well, I would just say a couple things. Congratulations, Justin, and a proud KU law, K-State guy, but he's a proud KU law grad, so congratulations. You do fine work. And Commissioner Lopez, congratulations to you as well. I think that's a fantastic honor.
Thank you.
And I'd also, a quick note on the budget roundtable discussions. We had one earlier this week. There were only 8 members of the public that showed up for this event. However, I thought the conversations were really robust, really effective and efficient. We got to listen to their opinions and the things that they find valuable in this budget and what they would like to see us work on through the budget. Although there weren't many people there, I thought it was an incredible opportunity to really listen. I would encourage the public, please come take part in these. Again, Tuesday, June the 4th at 5:30 at Campus High School. This really is a wonderful opportunity to learn more about county government, but also to learn more about some of the opportunities and challenges we're facing in the 2025 budget. So I want to encourage the public to attend. Other questions or comments? Okay, as usual, good job, Nicole. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Public agenda.
Okay, we've got several people signed up for a public comment this morning. A few of them, 3 of them, are on item P, which is a zoning case. I'm assuming that you'll speak on the zoning case at that time. Others are signed up for public comment and identified they want to speak now. So, that being said, I'll just call them in order, and you can come up here to the podium. Our friendly clerk will give you 5 minutes. If you can just state your name and address for the record, it'd be helpful. First off, Nate Davis. Good morning, welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Nate Davis. I live at 12 Lewis Drive in Mulvane. I'm going to read. I have to read. I wish I didn't, but I have to read this. I'm here to ask this commission for help. I'm here with my wife, Trina, who helped me write what I'm about to share with you. Over a decade ago, my work and my passion for our community brought me to speak before this commission many times. I've always found myself in the middle of difficult and controversial territory. A close friend has called me a lightning rod for social justice issues, which landed me here then and lands me back here now. Then I was working with a nonprofit in the community, and the county asked me to come speak in support of the Boys Ranch, both because I was a resident there as a kid and a case manager there as an adult. Nobody was more passionate and vocal than I was. I fought for that place and for Sedgwick County's kids until the last brick was bulldozed over, and I stood next to Commissioner Howell when we watched that happen. After that, my career exploded. I was appointed to a state advisory group by the governor. I facilitated trainings. I was asked to join boards and committees all over Kansas. The governor's office sent me to national conferences to represent them. I never backed down and I never said no. I was on a mission and nothing could stop me. Then I started to get sick. It started with my memory and my mood. Trina said I was depressed. My directors said I was burned out. Then came neurological problems. I went part-time with my work and eventually had to leave. When arthritis and digestive problems followed, I began walking away from the boards, committees, and eventually the state advisory group. I went through 3 primary care doctors, 1 internist, 2 functional medicine doctors. I was referred to 3 different gastroenterologists, 2 cardiologists, a neurologist, a neurosurgeon. I saw 2 different endocrinologists. After 11 trips to the ER and 3 hospital stays, I was referred to pain management. I tried yoga, I tried every vitamin, chiropractors, and even a very strange kinesiologist. I received 12 separate diagnoses in almost every major area of medicine, but none of those providers were willing to see a correlation in all of it. I lost 100 pounds without trying. Trina and I had no choice but to become relentless investigators. She had been a stay-at-home mom to our young children through my career, and as my illness progressed, she became our family's sole breadwinner. At the height of COVID, when people were rushing out of the medical field by the thousands, she rushed in. with no previous experience. She used her new vocation to pursue every lead possible as to what was making me sick. She spent countless breaks and lunches talking with every doctor and nurse she could about my symptoms. While she did that, I spent many of my days in bed, scouring Facebook groups and medical journals for anything familiar. It took a year and a half for us to finally land on a solid possibility that checked all the boxes. When I approached my current doctors about this possibility, I was waved off. After exhausting every single provider in Sedgwick County our insurance would cover, some friends held a fundraiser. We found a specialist in Kansas City that was very expensive and did not take insurance. In October 2022, at my first appointment, we finally got the diagnosis we had been seeking for 7 years. I have late-stage Lyme disease. To be sure, my new doctor ordered a clinical test we paid for out of pocket. It was a test kit I had to take to a local lab here in Wichita. When I walked in and handed the kit to the lab tech, I expected I was going to have to explain what it was. She stopped me, saying that her office alone does at least 5 of these tests a week. I was dumbfounded. The last 7 years had led me to believe that whatever I had was extremely rare. Many of the doctors I saw here in Wichita said that the science just hadn't caught up yet with whatever mystery illness I had. This lab tech went further to tell me that every test she had ever seen was ordered by a doctor outside of Wichita, most of them outside the state. This means that most or potentially all of the patients in Wichita suffering from this disease have to get diagnosed and treated by a provider somewhere else. For 7 years, I had been asking, why me? I had countless people praying that this would leave me and I'd be healed. After my blood was drawn and the kit sent off, I went to my car and I wept. I finally knew why me. My prognosis is not good. The test that I took that day came back with devastating results. I have 5 different strains of Lyme disease, as well as 4 other tick-borne diseases that are each debilitating on their own. I take 17 pills every day. I'm constantly sick. I've developed early onset dementia, which has become the most difficult part to manage for me, especially for my family. Now, I appreciate all the things that they said May is, all the different communities and people represented. May is also Lyme Disease Awareness Month. That's why I'm here. The 5 minutes I've been given this morning can't contain all that I went through just trying to get help here in Sedgwick County. I'm here asking you all for help. Kansas needs better training for providers. Insurance policies need to be rewritten. There are 525,000 people living in Sedgwick County. The CDC estimates around 480,000 people in the U.S. are suspected of having Lyme disease every year. How many of those are right here in Sedgwick County waiting for a diagnosis from an out-of-state doctor? And that's all I have to say.
Very powerful. Nate, appreciate you sharing your testimony and your story. Any questions or comments, Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just want to say thank you for coming today. You and I were able to sit down and have lunch together recently, and I heard your story, and it's an incredible story. And I'm so sorry we did not take the opportunity to create an awareness through a proclamation for this awareness month. We should have done that. We did lupus last meeting. That was very necessary, but this is just as necessary. And I do think you're right. There seems to be a unawareness by the medical professionals of Sedgwick County for some reason that this is not maybe getting as much attention as it should. I think that's really the message today. I wanted to meet with the Medical Society of Sedgwick County to basically have a discussion with you and with them to hopefully maybe highlight this a little bit. I think we should still do that.
I'm all for it.
And you've been through quite a journey, and first of all, I love you. I think you're a wonderful person. I think you're a fan. You're in my district too, so I like you for lots of reasons. But
you're not getting my Bud Light.
You go back to the Boys Ranch, and you've been to the commission here numerous times, and when you speak, it's always for something really important. And this is a big deal. You have an incredibly difficult journey. I followed you over the 7-year journey, and I know that this has been incredibly hard on you. If there's others in the community that are suffering like you have suffered, we owe it to them to address this publicly. This is not okay. And I think we need to bring some awareness to this. It's not going to be May next month, but I think we need to do a proclamation sooner than later, and certainly hopefully next year we'll do this the right way. But we'll say thank you for bringing this to us today. I was trying to find a way to highlight this, but the fact that you came before us today made this easier for me to actually publicly address deficiency in our community. And I feel so badly for folks out there that are not getting a good diagnosis, that are suffering like you have suffered. And so thank you for bringing that to us. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Very powerful blessing. Okay, next up, Mr. Robert Langhofer. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Robert Langhofer. I live at 3303 South Moose Run Road in Goddard, Kansas. I appreciate the time to appear before you this morning. I serve as a benefit consultant, and I have done so for roughly 30 years in the Wichita area. And I understand that there's an action to be approved by the bid board today regarding the health and prescription drug program available to the county's employees. And I want to encourage you to take two actions regarding this particular issue. One, take a couple of weeks to understand the evaluation process and the criteria utilized to produce the recommendations. And number two, please do not commit to a 3-year contract with your current insurance broker and also your current insurance provider. And I want to tell you why. I've got 4 specific reasons, and I want you to understand that this is not an indictment of your current vendors, including your insurance carrier, nor is it an indictment of your current broker. But I mention these items because full transparency and understanding of the process utilized during the request for proposal, it is important to the employees of the county, it's important to the county, and it's important to the taxpayers. So here's the 4 issues. Number 1, prescription drugs consume an ever-increasing component of healthcare spend for employers across the country and individuals across the country. And in 2022, we saw higher increases in prescription drug costs than we have seen since the passage of the Affordable Care Act. And furthermore, the insurance carriers and the prescription benefit managers have had higher profits in the last few years than at any other time in the history of health insurance in this country. So much so that Johnson & Johnson, and we're all familiar with the name Johnson & Johnson, recently had a class action suit filed by their employees against them relating to their prescription benefit plan specifically. The lawsuit alleges breach of fiduciary responsibility. Their plan, like the county's, requires that employees use specific pharmacies for the purchase of certain medications. This practice increases the cost of prescriptions, it increases the cost to the employees, and it absolutely increases the cost to the county. It's vitally important. Understanding how the prescription benefit managers were evaluated during the RFP process is crucial to the county being able to maintain a high-quality, affordable medical plan for your employees. Number 2, on March 29th, 2024, the Office of Personnel Management, the Office of the Inspector General, and the Office of Audits released their audit findings on the Federal Postal Workers Union Health Plan. Their findings were as follows. Number 1, the insurance carrier overstated pharmacy costs in its annual accounting statements 2018 through 2021. Number 2, the Federal Employee Health Plan did not receive pass-through transparent drug pricing from the PBM for retail pharmacy claims, resulting in a $14 million overcharge. Number 3, the Federal Employee Health Plan did not receive drug purchasing discounts collected by the prescription benefit managers for drugs filled by its own mail order warehouses and specialty pharmacies, resulting in a $6.8 million overcharge. The prescription benefit manager failed to return $2.5 million in retail pharmacy claim transactions that it credited to the insurance carrier's retail prescription drug benefit plan. Number 4, the Federal Employee Health Plan did not receive a portion of the manufacturer rebates, resulting in a $5.2 million overcharge, and the PBM's parent company, Ascent Health Services, erroneously withheld a portion of the Federal Employees Health Program drug manufacturer rebates, resulting in $15.8 million due back to the plans. Third reason, if the county is like most employers across the country, and I know that the county is, Humira happens to be the number 1 most expensive medication under the county's health insurance plan. In 2023, AbbVie, the manufacturer of Humira, lost its manufacturing patents. We have seen now over 15 different manufacturers produce a biosimilar that is 1/10 the cost of what Humira is. But the insurance carriers have left Humira on the prescription drugs formularies, and it's primarily because of the prescription drug rebates. In conclusion, a thorough evaluation of prescription benefit managers will generally produce a savings of somewhere between 15 and 30% of your prescription drug cost. Your prescription drug cost under your plan is $16 million. My calculations, somewhere between $2.5 to $5 million is on the table. We think you ought to consider it. I'm open for questions.
Mr. Longhofer, thank you for your comments and your insight. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. I know there's one more person to speak on this topic, and I might have some questions for you or the next speaker.
Perfect. Trent Nichols.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask questions to either one of these two speakers after the next speaker, if that's acceptable.
Understood. Yeah.
Thank you.
1 second. Commissioner MEITZNER.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. But
Robert or Bob Langhofer.
Langhofer. Okay, Mr. Langhofer. Your information is well heard, but I'm curious. You were saying I'll use the word accusation of transparency, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you attend the bid board meetings on this item?
I didn't attend the bid board meetings on the item. I had received and looked at information through that process.
Did you provide all this information to anybody? Because we are open for all kinds of information and feedback from anybody, and you can attend the bid board meetings that are posted.
Yeah, and to answer your question specifically, I did not. I understood the process was a fairly short process in terms of when the vote actually came up before the bid board once the information was prepared.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll cover that during the bid board. But I take exception that your accusation of transparency with the county and with the bid process is what you stated. So you had every opportunity to submit information and to attend the meeting.
And the issue from my perspective is not transparency as it relates to the county, but more so in terms of the insurance carriers and the prescription benefit managers and the way that the proposals are actually prepared. So that's what the issue is, in my opinion, that we ought to evaluate.
So the transparency was not about the county's transparency in the bid process. Okay.
Not at all.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Trent Nichols. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Trent Nichols, 1320 North Oliver, Mulvane, Kansas. Here to answer any other questions that any members of the commission may have.
Okay. Commissioner Howe?
Okay. Well, that's great. I don't know which one of you will answer any questions. So thank you, Chairman, for the chance to speak. Just for disclosure, I did talk to you yesterday. We received a briefing yesterday. I reached out to talk with you to get some information, which is partly, I think, why you're here this morning. So I want to disclose that publicly. I don't know either one of you. We are not friends. We are simply interested in the same topic, so to speak. Okay. I don't know if either one of you do either one of you represent a PBM?
No.
You don't. Okay. Do you have any examples of a company or organization that moved away from I'm not sure even how to describe this, but like, for example, United Healthcare and Optum, if I'm saying that right, are somehow related as a medical provider and prescription provider. They are essentially partnered up. And I think that Express Scripts deals with Aetna or whatever.
Correct.
There's another type of similar relationship, and then there's a third one of Blue Cross and Blue Shield. They also have their pharmacy. So as they are connected up, I don't know if they all have the same type of relationships or whatever, but is there an example that you can think of where an organization went out and found an independent PBM that found, if you will, a better value to those that are needing those types of services?
Certainly so, and that's a fair question. If you look at the history of pharmacy benefit managers, which is really what we're talking about today, what you've seen, especially since healthcare reform, is a lot of the health insurance carriers purchasing the pharmacy benefit managers, and there's a reason for that. based off of the profitability that an insurance carrier is allowed to basically ascertain through a relationship from an employer like the county, is only 15% of what they could have before. And so there's a huge transition after the ACA was passed that has since created lots of margin in the pharmaceutical industry with the PBMs. And what that is specifically is this: Blue Cross owns Prime Therapeutics, but they also have partnered with Express Scripts, so you're close on that. And then United Healthcare owns and operates Optum, which is their pharmacy benefit manager. Cigna owns their own pharmacy benefit manager, and then Aetna got bought by CVS Caremark, which is a PBM buying the health insurance carrier. I would say that 75 to 80% of our clients are not with a carrier-owned PBM, and the main reason why is because there's so much profit that is hidden within those contracts. And I always joke around with our clients that the only thing that's transparent is that in the contract they're telling you how they're taking advantage of you and have additional margins built into those contracts. Now, I do think that there is some literature within those contracts that definitely needs to be reviewed by a pharmacy consultant or someone that completely understands them. But the results that we've seen with our standalone pharmacy benefit managers, which we probably have, 50 to 70 clients with a standalone pharmacy benefit manager, maybe a little bit more than that. I don't know the exact number. And generally, whenever you see a standalone vendor, or PBM rather, you're somewhere between 15% savings to where Bob and others in our office have seen a more significant savings of upwards of 50%. Okay. So it depends on the range of solutions that you put in place and the contract that's in place. But a lot of times those savings are not at the cost of the employee or the county. It's just having simply a better contract.
I think I have maybe two more questions, and I'll try to wrap this up. So, with this proposal today, we hasn't even been briefed to us yet. But what I see here is that there is there's a cost for the contract, but there's a rebate, and that rebate is one of the reasons I think that brings the total cost down. And the rebate, if you will, it comes from the PBM. There's dollars that I guess is collected by those that receive prescriptions that are paying for, if you will, maybe more expensive prescriptions. They still may get a benefit, but if the cost of the prescription is higher than maybe it should be, and if you will, there is an insurance that essentially brings it down a little bit, but there's still an employee paying, if you will, a higher cost. Those dollars eventually get back to us. I believe that basically what's being proposed right now, the rebates are about $4.3 million. If we didn't do that, okay, let's say we didn't have that rebate, we had our healthcare provider, let's say it was UHC or whoever it's going to be, and they didn't have this connection, so the rebate did not happen. How would that be different for the employees? Would they have a lower prescription cost on the front end, so there's no rebate back to the county, but how does it save employees money? Yeah, it can absolutely save the employees money. What you're seeing is an evolution of pharmacy benefit managers over the last 5 to 10 years because of what I described earlier. Rebates are kind of a shell game within those contracts, but it goes even deeper than that. There was legislation that was passed 6 years ago that was going to create more transparency with the flow of rebates in the United States. Express Scripts set their rebate aggregator in Switzerland. CVS Caremark set theirs in Ireland. And so before any of the rebates actually circle back to the county itself, it goes offshores and then back through to your pockets. What we have found historically is that most of our clients are getting maybe 50% to 75% of the actual rebates that are available to them, even whenever you've executed a contract as so, or maybe preparing to do so. And so the independent pharmacy benefit managers build their formulary list not off of high rebatable drugs, but rather the best drugs for your employees. I have one final question, and I'll make a comment, and we'll wrap this up. There was a comment about disruption. Let's say we have employees that have, we say we went with UHC for medical services. There would be no disruption to them, to employees, because that's what we're currently using. If we went to a different PBM on this contract, do the other PBMs essentially, do they work with all of the major pharmacies around town? There's nobody that would not provide, so if they're used to going to Dillon's or Walgreens or whatever, they can still go to those same places and there would be no disruption. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. I think thinking of some of the independent pharmacy PBMs that we work with, most of them have anywhere from 50,000 to 70,000 pharmacy contracts, and we're actually starting to see now with the carrier-owned PBMs, more and more independent pharmacies drop out of network. And so we're starting to see a trend of that. There was 8 recently with Blue Cross Blue Shield. There's about 8 or 10 locally here with United or Optum PBM, because they keep on squeezing the independent pharmacist where the profitability is lower and lower. For a pharmacy to remain open, to pay their lights, pay their employees, they need a profit margin of about $11 to $12 a script. And in the last 2 years, that's dwindled down to about 8. And that's with the major pharmacy benefit managers.
I'll just say, and you're welcome to have a seat. I'm not going to ask you any other questions. But
thank you.
My comment is this. I've been aware of this for a couple of years, and I've been trying to highlight this issue for a couple of years, and this contract came up very quickly. We did receive a briefing yesterday, and we're expected to adopt a packaged set of, and by the way, I love our staff. They did a great job. So I'm not upset with, to your point, Bob, I don't think the county has done anything wrong. The speed at which this is happening is my frustration. I do think that the county needs to do some due diligence and look at some other options, hopefully, and my goal is to save taxpayers money and provide a better service for our employees, better prescription opportunities for less cost to the employees. And there is a way to get there, but we have to be willing to explore these other ideas. But other places who've done this have realized those savings. Bob's mentioned $2.5 to $4 million, whatever it was you said. I believe that those savings are real, and that is for taxpayers and for employees to enjoy. At the end of the day, we need to do, I think we owe this topic a much deeper dive, and we have to be willing to do things differently. It's a little bit easier to do things the way we've been doing them and maybe not upset things, but the idea of disruption is not a reason to not rethink what we're doing. There's benefits to everyone if we actually potentially change what we do and how we do it. So I will talk more during bid board during that item. And Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions, I'll make a motion to receive and file.
We do. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Nichols, I have a question for you, please. Thank you for being here today. I have a question. Do you know who IMA benefits are?
Yes, I do.
And do you believe that they're a reputable company that provide guidance to organizations such as this?
Yes.
Are you in competition with IMA benefits?
Yes.
So you're speaking as a competitor against the contractor that we're looking at today?
To a certain degree, yes, but then also looking out for the taxpayers of Sedgwick County.
But you have a vested interest in this. I do. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for your comments.
You bet.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Thank you. And that actually, Commissioner Dennis cleared up, because I was confused when you had mentioned that you and Commissioner Howe had not talked or known each other, but I was wondering how you knew to be here to speak this morning and be so eloquent with your comments, but you don't know anything. You didn't have any communication. So anyway, that's it. But thank you for clarifying that you are in competition with IMA.
Please.
So, I understand those two questions. That's great. One of my questions is, how do we decide to use IMA to do this analysis? I don't know how that even happened. I know they've done this in the past. We've been using IMA for a very long time, as well as the city of Wichita uses IMA. The schools use IMA. The state of Kansas uses IMA. They are the prevalent resource to help government agencies do this type of analysis. But they're not the only ones out there. And again, we just because we use IMA, I don't know if we actually looked at other options for that part of this question. Maybe we did, and if someone has that information, I'd love to hear that. But at the end of the day, this happened. This analysis has happened for maybe a year or so. I'm not sure how long it took, but it happened without the commissioners being involved in it until we were given a briefing yesterday. So I don't know if we actually had some decision point in the past where we selected IMA. And if we did, I apologize.
So this item will be further discussed in item V of new business. So I want to halt comment on this so that we can actually try to consolidate the conversation around that specific item. So I'll make a motion to receive and file public comment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, thank you, and thank you for those that joined us this morning to share. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, regular meeting minutes of May 1st, 2024.
Okay, Commissioners, we all had an opportunity to review the meeting minutes for May 1st, 2024. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes of May 1st, 2024.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
I was absent that day. I did read all the minutes, but I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Proclamations. Item B, proclamation declaring Emergency Medical Services Week.
Okay, we have a couple wonderful proclamations today to really celebrate people doing great work in this community. I'll read this first proclamation. This is a proclamation on behalf of Sedgwick County, Kansas. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and the dedicated paramedics and emergency medical technicians of Sedgwick County Emergency Medical Services are committed to providing exemplary medical care and ambulance transportations to the citizens of Sedgwick County. And whereas the Sedgwick County EMS is ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency health care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services consist of emergency medical technicians, advanced emergency medical technicians, paramedics, EMS educators, EMS support staff, and EMS administrators. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or voluntary, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical service providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Chairman Ryan K. Beatty, and the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through 25th, 2024, as Emergency Medical Services Week. The 2024 theme for EMS Week is Honoring Our Past, Forging Our Future. This is the 50th annual National EMS Week. I encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Commissioners, you've heard this proclamation. I move to adopt it as read.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. And here to accept this proclamation is our EMS Director, Kevin Lannerman. Chief, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Some of our staff is here to help me accept this proclamation. We thank you for acknowledging EMS Week. We also want to thank you for the support that you've given our EMS agency and continue to move forward as an agency for the betterment of our community. We're looking forward to some innovative ways to help the overall healthcare of Sedgwick County. And as we move forward, you mentioned this was the 50th year of EMS Week. Next year will be an exciting year for us. It'll be our 50th anniversary for Sedgwick County EMS, so we'll celebrate that next year. But we had a good turnout last night for our EMS picnics. We have another EMS picnic for the other shift tomorrow night, and I hope that some of the staff and commissioners can join us for that as we celebrate our providers.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Wonderful, Chief. Questions or comments? Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I'm sorry I missed the picnic last night, but I had another event that I had to be at. But you all are the people of the first responders that our citizens see on the very worst day of their lives. And you help save their lives in many cases or have to treat things that most people don't want to see. And I sincerely appreciate your service to the community. I do a great job. It's an honor to honor you today and every day. Thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Chief, a couple of things. We got an opportunity to kind of highlight what you guys do. How much staff in EMS total in your department estimate?
214.
214.
FTEs.
And I also see amongst some of your staff is one of our executive staff, Lisa Core, who's been a volunteer EMS, a volunteer paramedic for many years, many years. Yes. How long? 43 years. So it's quite significant. How many calls on average you guys go on per day?
A little over 180 calls will be about 70,000 calls a year.
70,000 calls a year. Your staff does exceptional work for this community. You save lives. As Commissioner Dennis said very well, that you are the first line of defense many times when people are having the worst moment in their lives. So on behalf of the community, we are happy to celebrate this proclamation and EMS Week, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all the work you guys do. You're exceptional. You're one of the best in the country.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you for your support.
Chief, if you don't mind, we want to get some pictures with the team. So if you can hold off until this other proclamation, we'll take a quick break and go out and get some pictures.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item C, proclamation declaring National Public Works Week.
I've asked Commissioner Dennis to read this proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you allowing me to do this proclamation today because in the immortal words of David Spears, one of our previous directors of Public Works, transportation is the mother's milk of economic development. So yeah, I appreciate them very much. And this is a proclamation of Sedgwick County. Whereas public works services provide in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. And whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as streets, highways, bridges, facilities, drainage improvements, environmental services, hazardous household waste, and noxious weeds control. And whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life and well-being of the people of Sedgwick County. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these amenities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, are especially dependent upon the efforts and skill of public works officials. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens and civic leaders in Sedgwick County to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. Now therefore be it resolved that Chairman Ryan K. Beatty and the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners do hereby proclaim May 19th to 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week in Sedgwick County and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in public works and to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Commissioners, you've heard the proclamation. Move to approve.
A second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye.
And here to receive is our own Director of Public Works, Lynn Packer.
Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you very much for this proclamation. Since 1960, the American Public Works Association has sponsored National Public Works Week. The theme this year, as you can see on the poster in front of you, is Advancing Quality of Life for All. This theme shines a spotlight on the public works professionals who advance our quality of life, whether as a first responder to a weather event, during snow and ice removal, or a myriad of other ways we silently serve our communities. Every public works professional strives to improve the quality of life for their community they serve, leading to a healthier, happier communities. This is especially true in Sedgwick County, where we have a dedicated staff serving our community. We have several staff here today to represent our division. Right over there, stand up, guys, be recognized.
Oh.
You know, the commitment they bring to work every day can be seen in part in their longevity. I've had the privilege of serving for 24 years, but there are 24 other Public Works employees that have served longer. In fact, 32 of our current 110 employees, so almost 30% of our workforce, have 20 or more years served.
Wow.
We have 10 who have served over 35 years, 4 of those for over 40 years. And HR recently informed us that Public Works has the 2 longest currently serving county employees, who this year are serving their 50th consecutive year with Public Works. So I'd like to recognize Steve Lacey and Randy Downs, who are both here today, for exemplifying the service of all Public Works professionals. Again, thank you for the proclamation and for helping us recognize our well-deserving Public
Very
Works
good.
people.
Randy, Steve, thank you. 50 years. Thank you so much for your service to this community. Any other questions or comments for Lynn? We're excited, man. We're excited. We're grateful. You guys do a lot of work throughout this community, and I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Dennis's comments about the necessity of great Public Works Department. And we have a great Public Works Department here in Sedgwick County, and it's because of you guys. So thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to break for about 5 to 7 minutes to take pictures. We want to celebrate this proclamation with these organizations. So if you give us 5 to 7 minutes, I'd also invite those that are here for item O, the mini MPAs. If you can come out too, we'll go ahead and get pictures now, so we don't have to try to do that after that line item. So, so we're going to break 5 to 7 minutes. Stay on your best behavior. Okay. Thank you for giving us the patience, or being patient while we went out. It's really important that we're able to celebrate proclamations and those that are receiving special awards. Very important that we're able to do that, so thank you for your patience. Back to work we go. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Appointments, item D, accept the resignation of Peter Cook from the Sedgwick County 3rd District Citizens Advisory Board student position.
Mr. Justin Wagner.
Thank you, Chairman. Justin Wagner, County Councilor. This item is to accept the resignation of Peter Cook from Commissioner Dennis's Citizens Advisory Board student position, as he either has graduated or is about to graduate high school, so wouldn't be eligible for the position any further. The recommended action is to accept the resignation.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Well, Peter Cook has been a great addition to our board. I sincerely appreciated his service on it. He has graduated from Bishop Carroll. He is on his way to UNO, and I wish him well. And since it's going to be an awful long commute for him to drive back and forth between Omaha and here for our meetings, so I move that we accept his resignation.
Second the motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
Item E, accept the resignation of Blake Mumma from the Union Township Clerk position.
Mr. Wagner.
Yes, Chairman, Mr. Mumma has submitted his resignation from this position. The recommended action is to accept the resignation.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And again, Blake Mumma has done a great job on the Union Township clerk position, and we do have an appointment to replace him. I don't know if we can do both of these together.
Probably one and then the other.
Okay, we'll do one and the other. Anyway, I want to thank Blake for his service on it, and unfortunately he can't continue to serve, so I'll move to accept his resignation.
Second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
Item F, resolution appointing Clements STROOT to the Sedgwick County Union Township Clerk position.
Award-winning Justin Wagner.
Chairman, this item is following up the last item. As Commissioner Dennis was noting, this would appoint Clements STROOT to the Union Township Clerk position as recommended by Commissioner Dennis. State law vests the board with these powers to replace these township officials when there are vacancies. The recommended action is to adopt the resolution.
Take it away, Commissioner Dennis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, now we have an opening that we need to fill, and luckily we found a great replacement in Clements STROOT, and I appreciate his volunteering, his service to the township. Move to accept the resolution
and I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
Item G, resolution appointing Tom Page to the Wichita Sedgwick County Access Advisory Board.
Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, Chairman. This resolution would reappoint Tom Page to the Sedgwick County Access Advisory Board as recommended for appointment by the Chairman Beatty, 4th District Commissioner. The recommended action is to adopt this resolution.
Okay. When I first took this seat, the previous commissioner in this seat, and when we met and discussed some items, she said, there is one person that I'm begging you to keep on these board seats that she appointed, and it was Tom Page in the Access Advisory Board role. And I found her recommendation to be worthwhile and a very good recommendation. Tom does a fantastic job, so I'm happy to make a motion reappointing Tom Page to the Wichita Sedgwick County Access Advisory Board.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. And Mr. Page is here to be sworn in. Right away.
Over here. All right. I'll have you raise your right hand and I'll state these words and just say I do, okay?
Okay.
I do solemnly swear that I will support
the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Wichita Sedgwick County Access Advisory Board, so help me God.
I do.
Congratulations. If you'd like to say anything, you
Um,
can say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioners and Chairperson Beatty. Thank you for your confidence. I will pledge to do the best I can to represent the disabled citizens of Sedgwick County in this pursuit. I suppose as a very brief thing, I should say I do live in downtown. I noticed earlier the format was to announce your address, 120 East 1st Street. And I'm a small businessman also located in downtown Wichita. I own a recording studio and have the pleasure of doing a lot of musical performance. Please, if there is anything I can bring to the Access Advisory Board on your behalf, reach out to me and I'm happy to do such. And I apologize to not take in the rest of this meeting, but the Access Advisory Board is meeting right now, so I'm going to hustle to that one next. Thank you for your confidence.
A committed man.
Need you to sign.
Yes.
Tom, thank you so much again for your willingness to serve. All these different boards are so important to this advice, to the commission, and to this community, so we are grateful. Very talented musician as well. Tom, thank you again for your commitment.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Resolution appointing Sharon Van Horn to the Sedgwick County Emergency Communications Community Advisory Board.
Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, Chairman. If it's okay with you, Chairman, I would propose take items H, I, J, and K all together. They involve the same advisory board. Item H, Madam Clerk already read out, is appointing Sharon Van Horn to the Sedgwick County Emergency Communications Advisory Board, recommended for appointment by Commissioner MEITZNER. Item I is a resolution appointing Daniel Alderson to the same board. It's an at-large position recommended by your Emergency Communications Director, Laura Forshee. Item J is a resolution appointing Hunter Hill, again to an at-large position as recommended by Laura Forshee. And then item K is a resolution appointing Melissa Webb, also as an at-large appointment. The recommended action is to adopt all of those resolutions.
Okay, we're looking at items H, I, J, and K. Commissioner Meister, would you like to do the honors?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am honored that I'll make a motion here for all four of these, but Laura Forshee, I'll say first, as the director, she's done a nice job of interviewing a dozen-ish candidates that applied for the at-large position. I'm not directly familiar with any of her recommendations directly with the people, but she did provide us and at least me some background and her reasoning for recommending these positions, and I wholly support that. And thank you, Elora and Rusty, for working through that process. And then the other one is item I, or H, which is my appointment to this board, and Sharon Van Horn is in the audience, and I can't say enough about the respect and the integrity that Sharon will bring to this board, but also her presence in the community with law enforcement and her support and in many items of the community does not go unnoticed, Sharon, and I think you will be a fantastic asset for this very important board. It's new. It'll work its way through, but I think as a citizen and as a key citizen, you'll be a great asset to that. So thank you for agreeing to let me appoint you or nominate you at least. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve items H, I, J, and K.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye.
And here to get sworn in is Sharon.
Sharon is here.
Anybody else?
Is any of the others here? Yes.
Okay. Very good.
And Melissa. Yep. Okay, so Daniel.
That's Melissa. Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Just like I do after this. I do solemnly swear I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Sedgwick County Emergency Communications Community Advisory Board. So help me God. I do. Congratulations. Say anything? Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I am very excited about getting to do this. And just to add to the honors that we've been giving to the EMS, at the Crime Commission, we often do events with kids, and we ask them if they can come out and talk to them about fentanyl and show them the ambulance, and they are always there. When we ask, they always say yes, and the kids love it, and what the information that they provide is so valuable. So not only do they save lives as they're picking them up, they're saving lives as they're teaching these kids about the dangers of drugs. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate it. Melissa, hello.
If you didn't catch my name is Melissa Webb. I emailed you guys a few weeks ago about this. I am very excited to be joining this board, and I look forward to see what we can do to help with the whole situation. Thank you so much.
Very good. Well, thank you, Sharon and Melissa, for willingness to serve. We're really excited about this board and the potential of this board and the insight they're going to provide. So thank you so much for your willingness to serve. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Meitzner. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item L, resolution appointing Reverend Dr. Pamela M. Hughes Mason to the Sedgwick County Community Corrections Advisory Board in an at-large position.
Okay. Mr. Wagner.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. If it's okay with you, I'd propose take items L and M together. As Madam Clerk indicated, item L is a resolution appointing Reverend Dr. Pamela Hughes Mason to the Sedgwick County Community Corrections Advisory Board in an at-large position. Item M is a resolution reappointing Benita Chaplin to the same board, also in an at-large position. The recommended action is to adopt those resolutions.
Okay. I'll make the motion, then we'll hold for some comments. But I'll make a motion to approve Dr. Pamela M. Hughes Mason and Benita Chaplin to the Community Corrections Advisory Board.
Second.
Large positions. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. And I know Dr. Pam is here. Is Benita here? Oh, she is not here. So our esteemed county clerk is here to swear you in. And
All right. This way, please raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duties of office of Sedgwick County Community Corrections Advisory Board, so help me God.
I do.
Congratulations. Please go ahead and state anything.
I'd like to say to Chairman Beatty and to the county commissioners, it is my honor to serve in an area which I have 21 years of experience in my background. So I just want to thank you, and I look forward to all the things that will happen in Sedgwick County.
well, Reverend Dr. Pamela M. Hughes Mason, you're best known in this community by Pastor Pam, and your imprint on this community is felt long and wide. You do such good work, and your insight, your feedback, your activism, your knowledge and wisdom. We're just incredibly grateful. When I heard that you were willing to serve at this at-large position for this specific, the Community Corrections Advisory Board, I knew it was a gem. It was quite the find to have you in this role. So on behalf of the Commission and the community, we're so grateful you're willing to, once again, step forward to serve your community in this way. Your insight is going to be incredible. So thank you. Okay, very good. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item N, resolution appointing Cam VONBLON to the Sedgwick County Mental Health Advisory Board.
Okay, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, Chairman. This item would appoint Kim VONBLON to the Sedgwick County Mental Health Advisory Board as recommended for appointment by Commissioner Lopez. The recommended action is to adopt the resolution.
Okay. I'll handle this for Commissioner Lopez. She said it's pretty loud in the waiting room where she's at. So I will make a motion to appoint Kim VONBLON to the Sedgwick County Mental Health Advisory Board.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. And then Kelly Arnold's here to swear you in.
Very good. All right. I do solemnly swear I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Sedgwick County Mental Health Advisory Board, so help me God.
I do.
Congratulations. Go ahead and state anything you can.
Thank you so much for this honor. Hopefully, in the future, I'll be talking to Commissioner Lopez. Hope everything's fine with her.
Yeah.
Mental health issues are big right now, and there are other departments in
everywhere. Law enforcement and judicial, to me, come to mind with mental health. If we could get to the point where mental health issues are coming across just like high blood pressure and type 2 diabetes, it'd be great. I don't know if I'll see it yet, but it is medical and it needs to be treated as such. And thank you so much.
Very good. Well, on behalf of Commissioner Lopez and the community, we're just grateful for your willingness to serve, Kim. You're right, the stigma of mental health needs to be addressed, and a lot of work has to be done. So we're grateful that you're stepping in the arena to serve in this capacity. Thank you so much. Okay, very good. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Business, item O, presentation of the 2024 mini MPA certificates.
Okay. On to new business we go. Dr. David is here. I call him Councilman. But Dr. Go is here, and we're so grateful for all that you do.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about what we're doing today.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, commissioners, county manager, and all the county management team, and all the residents, citizens in the county. My name is David Guo. I'm currently the interim director of Hugo Wall School of Public Affairs at Wichita State University. So today I'm very honored on behalf of the faculty and the staff of Hugo Wall School of Public Affairs to congratulate our 2024 graduate of mini MPA program. This accomplishment is really a testament of their hardworking dedication and commitment to this 16-week-long program to improve the administration. I just want to give you a small example. If you recall, in January, that was our first snow day in the year. That is a Friday. It happened to be our first session of mini MPA program this year. It is an in-person mandatory session. I was very pleasantly surprised to see most of them in the classroom. Of course, 11 of the excellent county employees are out there. So, going through those 16 weeks, the final project, they present their capstone project to a panel of experts, get very good feedback and comments. So again, I just want to congratulate them and also thank for the support from the county. I would also like to take this opportunity to share some good news of the Hugo Wall School of Public Affairs Schools. First of all, we'll have a new director coming in June. Officially, she will start in June, but she won't be here in person till early August. She's Dr. Stephanie Newbold from Rutgers University. I think her vision will bring a lot of good things to the school soon. Another thing is you may be aware that every year U.S. News World Report will rank, different universities, different programs. Public affairs program is one of that. And this year, Hugo Wall School, the ranking climbed up to be the top 100 public affairs schools in the nation. That gave us the position in 18th in the Midwest region, number 2 in Kansas. And particularly the sub-field, public budgeting finance, were ranked 27th nationwide. So I just want to share this with you. Another thing is we are aware of the challenge for the discipline of administration, also the profession of administration. We're constantly updating our curriculum. Like this year, the mini MPA, we add 3 new topics. I appreciate Tom also actually teach for one of the session. Those are the sustainability management, cybersecurity, and emergency management. We actually offer that emergency management at the Emergency Management Operations Center. It's the first time we try this offsite session. It is very successful, and thank you for the support. So that all being said, we also have created some new certificate. The first one is the Urban Policy and Innovation. Another one is we collaborate with a School of Criminal Justice. We have a new certificate called Law Enforcement and Local Government Management. Both of them will be launched in the fall 2024. So again, I want to congratulate them and also thank for the support from the county. I'm looking forward to our future collaboration and continuing support from the county. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you to help me to present the certificate to all those?
I'd love to, yeah, please.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention, I need to acknowledge all the effort Dr. Mary put in this mini MPA. She's our coordinator. She's been terrific for helping this program. Thank you.
Elizabeth Wilson. Okay. Okay. Heather Pace. Destiny Cox. Paul Cater. Cassandra Yeager. Okay. Ray Hensley. Nicole Gibbs. Kevin Brinker. Doctor. Aaron Bailey. Kylie Flaming. And we also have Valerie Tover, who is not here today, but will be accepted by by Tom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I just add, Dr. David? Dr. David, just want to express our thanks and congratulations for you running the Hugo Wall as the interim, the director. And
I'm a firm believer of this connection between academic and practice. I think this is two-way.
Very good.
And I understand that some of our departments, mainly our finance department, loves to have interns and try to steal some of your people.
Great.
But we're very pleased. The intern program that you provide to us is very successful, and I'm getting nods from the people that count the pennies. And so thank you very much for
Well, I just
all
want
you
to
do
say
there.
thank you so much. I'm a firm believer of this connection between academic and practice, and I think should be the two-way interaction.
That's exactly right.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
We at the county tap into your brilliance frequently, and we're grateful that your willingness to serve and willingness to engage the way you do. So, and congratulations to all those that invested their time and commitment into this.
I believe working together, we can make this community better.
Amen.
Thank you.
It's good. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, I make a motion to receive and file. And I need a second.
Second.
And I got a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner,
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item P, ZON 2024-00009, zone change request in the county from SF20 single-family residential to TF3 two-family residential and MF18 multifamily residential, generally located on the west side of the South Greenwich Road and within 1/4 mile north of East Harry Street.
Very impressive, Madam Clerk. And there is Scott Wadle.
Good morning. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. Thank you for the opportunity to present this one. So in this case, the applicant is requesting to change the zoning of the property outlined in this blue-green to from SF20, as you heard, to TF3, and also a smaller portion to MF18, as you can see here on the graphic. This item is being heard today because protests have been received against the application. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated that they are requesting the zone change so that they can develop the proposed portion, TF3 portion of the property, as single-family and/or duplexes, and so that they can develop the MF18 portion of the property as a single lot with duplexes up to fourplexes. Now, it's important to note that this is what the applicant has indicated. There's nothing that sets that as a requirement. It's simply what they've indicated that their intentions are. Also, I'd like to indicate that to note that the MF18 zoning is only requested for the southeast corner and would only apply to that portion. It would not apply to the TF3 indicated larger portion of that property. In terms of the site is located, as you can see, on the west side of Greenwich Road between Harry Street and Kellogg. It consists of 3 parcels. Is approximately 90.7 acres in size. It is currently zoned SF20, shown here in a zoning map, and is currently developed with a single-family house and related outbuildings. In terms of context, properties to the north are within the Wichita city limits, and you can see the city limits. This is an island of unincorporated Sedgwick County. You can see the city limits in this pink-purple dash line. There's also another one located to the south and east of this property. But in terms of uses, properties to the north are within the city limits and zoned SF5, single family, and GO, General Office District, which is the green color here. The SF5 areas are developed with single-family residences, and the GO areas are developed with duplexes and a reserve. Properties to the south are zoned SF5, single-family in the city of Wichita, and also an SF20 property, zoned property in the unincorporated county. They are both developed with single-family residences. Properties to the east and west are zoned SF5 in the city of Wichita and developed with reserves and single-family residences. In terms of the staff report, the staff report provides information about property development standards, including maximum heights, minimum lot area, setbacks, and parking. In addition, the staff report also indicates that the Unified Zoning Code requires screening 6 to 8 feet tall on the north, west, and south sides of the property, and that's because of the difference in the TF3 zoning from the SF5 zoning around it. The staff report also provides details about the recommended protective overlay, which again, we have base zoning, which is what the applicant is requesting to change from SF20 to TF3 and MF18. A protective overlay is another layer of zoning that can go on top of that. In this case, the staff report provides details about the recommended protective overlay, which would require landscaping similar to the City of Wichita landscaping ordinance. This is recommended by staff and the Planning Commission because of the proximity to the City of Wichita and the type of development. In terms of review, on April 11th, the Planning Commission held the public hearing for this item. 5 members of the public spoke in opposition to the zone change request, with concerns of possible increase in crime, visual change of the surrounding area, increases in density, potential drainage and erosion issues, decreased property values, and an increase in traffic. The Planning Commission voted to approve the zone change request, subject to the staff recommended protective overlay. The vote was 12-1. The protective overlay, again, is described in the staff report and includes landscaping requirements. Multiple protests were received that totaled just over 58% of the total protest area. This exceeds the 20% threshold established by the state. Therefore, a supermajority vote, 4 out of 5, is required in order to approve this request. In terms of recommendations, it is recommended the County Commission adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and approve the zone change request, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. Alternatives include the following. You can override the Planning Commission recommendation, make alternative findings, and deny the application. That would require a 2/3 majority or 4 out of 5. As always, you can return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration with a statement specifying the basis for the BOCC's failure to approve or deny. Requires a simple majority or 3 out of 5 votes. And with that, I'll take you through some of the maps and graphics here. So again, here's the map, aerial map showing the location of the property. Here's the zoning map. You can see, as was described, it's predominantly surrounded by SF5 with pockets of other zoning, including the general office, TF3 in the yellow, LC in the red color. This is a map from the comprehensive plan showing that the area is recommended for new residential. This is the protest map. This one's a little bit different than what you normally see, and that is because this is, again, nearly surrounded by the city of Wichita. In the city of Wichita, it goes, per state statute, it goes out 200 feet for the protest area. In the unincorporated county, it extends 1,000 feet, so that's the resulting shape. You can see the areas in red are areas within the protest area that submitted valid protests. Again, it exceeded 54%. This is a graphic that was submitted by the applicant just prior to the MAPC meeting. It shows a concept for how the site could be developed in the future. Again, there's not a plat or anything that would require it be developed this way. This is just an illustration that they submitted. Here are photos of the site and the surrounding area. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Scott. Any questions for Scott on this presentation? Okay. Okay, seeing none. Before we move forward, I do want to take an opportunity to declare ex parte communication. If I wouldn't have done that now, the lawyer would have reminded me. So Commissioner Meitzner, why don't you start us off?
Yes, I have had ex parte communication and direct conversation with a couple people on this item, but I remain to hear the presentation and make the decision.
Thank you. I have also had ex parte contact, and I will keep an open mind, make my decision following hearing all the evidence presented today.
Okay. I also have had ex parte communication. I remain neutral and open-minded for the hearing this morning. I'm not trying to be prophetic this morning.
Mr. Chairman,
I've also.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've also had ex parte communications, but my mind is not made up, and I am still neutral on the subject.
Mr. Chairman, I spoke with the applicant over the phone, and we met once, I believe, in my office, and I've talked with some of the opponents in my office as well, and over the phone as well. So I have had ex parte communication, but I have no opinion on this case. I'm waiting for the hearing to help me decide how to vote on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. All right. Any questions for Scott or staff on the actual details of the case? Anything? Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, a couple quick questions. This is a county piece of property, but how do we provide services like water, sewer, fire, EMS? Well, EMS is everywhere. Sheriff's Department, if we approve this, how do we provide all the services that we're required to provide for this?
In terms of first thing that I would point out is that in their testimony during the MAPC meeting, the agent for the applicant indicated that it's the applicant's intention to annex this into the city of Wichita. The other thing that I would note is that the concept that was shown at this level of density, and I will defer to the applicant to talk more about this, but my understanding is that at this density, at this level of development, they would need infrastructure in terms of connection to the sewer system and water system. And that would most likely come from the city of Wichita, given that this property is surrounded by the city of Wichita.
Okay, but remember, this is a county zoning issue that's coming before us, so we're making a decision as Sedgwick County.
Correct.
And we can't predict what's going to happen in the future. So since we can't predict what's going to happen, we have to assume that we have to provide all of those services. Well, I don't know how we provide those services.
And to the county does not provide generally water or sewer service. So they would not be able to develop this concept with that level of service. In addition, with Sheriff's Office responding to it, we did not talk to the Sheriff's Office to get their insights on it, but in terms of how close the deputies are to the property at the time when the call comes in and how soon they can respond there,
I understand we don't provide water and sewer, but that's always a consideration as we're going through a zoning process. We hear it all the time that there's not enough water at a certain location for this density and so forth. In addition, in the county, you have to have either a lagoon, you got to have septic tank, or you got to have a special septic system. And I don't understand with the density you're talking about how any of that would work. So you still haven't answered my question. How do we provide the services that are necessary if we approve this? This is a Sedgwick County zoning issue.
Yes, sir. And I think zoning provides the authority for them to develop to a certain density, to a certain level. However, they will be constrained by the level of services that they can get in the unincorporated county. And so this site plan, they would not, my understanding is they would not be able to build this as they intend if they have to provide sewer system on site and if they don't have access to urban scale water service.
I agree. I don't understand how they could provide this. So the current zoning that is that is on this property right now, I don't even know how they would provide it with the current zoning, with the sewer and so forth. So I am concerned about this. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wright's here.
Yeah, thank you. I know we have some public comment maybe, but I just want a clarification. Scott or Kirk, in our review, can you just clarify, maybe you can pull up the map that shows the two zones?
Yeah.
There you go. So is the reading on page 45, if you're all watching at home, it's changing from residential to TF3 and MF18. And there's no designation in there that it's separated into those two areas. Is this zoning change can be over the whole area, or is it limited to just those sections that are according to that map?
Yeah, good question, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. So in the heading of the case, we do indicate that it's TF3 and MF18. In terms of where the zone change would take place, this larger portion would be TF3. It would not be MF18. The only MF18 zoning would be in this southeast corner, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that.
Kirk Sponsor, Deputy County Councilor, and that's a good question, Chairman. And just for what's before the board today, part of the application was that distinction, TF3 versus the MF18. So actually, it's not before the board to even consider changing this larger section to MF18. That would have required additional publication and additional notice to the public. So that's not even part of the consideration today. Okay. And if the board were to adopt this today, I would bring it to the board's attention that as part of the resolution that's included with the packet, we would provide an update item. We did look at this. We would have to make some slight tweak, whereas it's substantively similar, but we would actually include the legal description that does distinguish what portion is TF3 versus what portion is MF18.
Okay, thanks, Kirk. Kirk, while I got you, don't move real quick. Legal considerations, I know the applicant, and we're going to hear from the applicant shortly, has mentioned that they will be applying for annexation to the city of Wichita. Commissioner Dennis raised a good point. This is a county zoning case. Are we allowed to even consider future annexation potentials?
So I would say that whether or not you believe an area should be annexed is not listed in the golden factors as a different set of analysis. I believe it should be considered differently than your considerations today. With that said, based off of some of the comments previously, some of the concerns about an annexation, about an area being isolated and surrounded by city, might delve into other factors that could be considered as part of the golden factor analysis, such as the availability and ability to provide services to the area, with the assumption it is going to stay in Sedgwick County. Annexation is an action that is predominantly driven by cities, by municipalities, by individuals that you have limited control over. So the assumption on this with this property analysis should be, how would this function as an ongoing item in the unincorporated area of Sedgwick County?
Okay, so to summarize what you said, I should not be considering in making a determination here whether this will end up in the city of Wichita's. We need to consider this as this is going to maintain a Sedgwick County island that we have to serve.
I believe that would be most appropriate.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, Commissioner Howe.
And if I may,
yes, please.
I would argue if there were, the situation might be analyzed differently. I'm not going to speculate so far on that. It might be somewhat different if there were an actual annexation application in place at the time. But as far as I know, there's nothing set with this at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you go to slide 6, please.
Sorry. I'm not sure which one's slide 6.
There you go. That shows streets and lot numbers, but that's not part of today's consideration. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm not sure if this has gone through the plating process yet. I'm seeing a lot of head shaking for no's. So a lot of the setting out of lots and things of that nature, streets, that would be done as part of the plating process. That has not been accomplished yet. This, they're not held to this essentially as part of this consideration.
Okay. So all we know today is TF3 and MF18. And by the way that breaks down in the backup material today, it says there are 17.4 dwelling units per acre on MF18. That's the maximum density that's allowed. And for TF3, it says there are single family and 2-family residences. Are there anything higher than that for the TF3? It's only 1 and 2 family. Single or 2-family residences. Is that correct? So there's no triplexes or quadplexes that even permitted under TF3.
There is one caveat in that they can come forward and ask for a conditional use to have an accessory apartment, that is allowed. You can also do a conditional use for an accessory apartment in single family as well.
Mm-hmm. And under TF3, these have to be at least 6,000 square foot lots. 3,000 per residence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Whereas SF5 would be 5,000 per single-family residence.
Correct.
Okay. So even though this slide's in the backup material, that's really not necessarily what we're considering today. This is a basically an artist's rendering of what might happen, but we're not locked into that at all. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Well, someone, I'm not sure who even gave it to me now, but I got this talking to one of the folks that shows duplexes in certain parts of this and single family all around. And again, I didn't do a good job counting this, but I believe there's around 240 lots altogether based on this drawing here.
Okay.
And if there was 240 lots times what I see here, that's a roughly, let's just say, 200, well, about, let's say around 190 single-family homes and 50 or 60 or so duplexes. And each one of those duplexes is two families. So you add all that up, that's about how many families total for that part of the. Has anybody done the math on that?
I have not, sir. I was just going to point out that on this graphic, it shows 162 lots. If each of those is used for a duplex, you're talking of at least 320.
Yeah, but this counts up in two different areas on the chart here. There's another place where there's 48 lots.
So you would add an additional 80 to it, so you end up with about 400.
Okay, so 400 families, roughly. And then on the other area, the MF18, that's allowed 17.4 dwellings per acre, and I don't know how many acres that is. It does show a body of water there. By land mass, looks like it's about 8.5 acres, but in developable area, maybe about 4 and 4.5 acres.
Yes, this graphic that's on the screen shows approximately 4.8 acres, so I would round up to 5.
But at that high density, it's potentially another 84 dwellings, is what I'm calculating.
Mm-hmm.
So you add that up, that's almost 500 dwellings, almost 500 families potentially. And do we have a calculation on how many vehicles per day per family we would expect?
No, we do not. We've not done a traffic analysis on this, nor do we normally.
I understand that, but that would be, from my perspective, that is a concern. I know that we're going to hear some concerns about traffic. I'm just looking at the map here, and I do see that there's Lincoln has I believe Lincoln has a stoplight, and then there's Bailey Street, which I guess does not have a stoplight, but it's about, looks like there's maybe 3 homes between Lincoln and Bailey. And one of the entrances from this development, basically accesses into Greenwich Road between Bailey and Lincoln. And I'm looking at GIS right now. It looks to me like the entrance is maybe a little bit less than 400 feet from Lincoln where that stoplight is.
Do you mean the arterial to the south?
So on that map you just showed me, back to slide 6 again. Right there. So you see Greenwich is on the right.
Yep.
Up to the top, right below where it says Sarah Lopez, there's a Lincoln Street. That's Lincoln Street right there. Then down below, there's a Bailey Street somewhere. I don't know where that's at on that map. Bailey's right there somewhere. No, Bailey's down at the corner, at the bottom of TF3. I don't know where it's not showing it there, but at the bottom of that TF3, I'm sorry, at the bottom of the MF18 section, that's where Bailey.
Okay.
I believe that's where, nope, I take that back. It's across, Bailey's Street is across from the entrance to the development. So I apologize. That entrance off of Greenwich is where Bailey Street is. So that's, by GIS, that's a little maybe just a touch less than 400 feet. And I'm now wondering, again, to one of the other commissioners, if this is approved, I guess I'm interested in knowing this size of lot. They would not have options for septic or for lagoon. Obviously, they would have to probably do what's called the alternative system if they stayed in the unincorporated.
Yes, I do not have the specifics on how many lots they could deal with a system of that and what size it would take.
Okay. And then with that, roughly 500 families, I've heard 10 vehicles per day per family. That's 5,000 vehicles per day, potentially, that's going in off of Greenwich. Do we know, is that a concern with traffic or the closeness of Lincoln Street being a stoplight? Is there any concerns about 5,000 vehicles per day entering potentially? And there are some other locations all around the perimeter, but I would assume the closest arterial street to this neighborhood would be Greenwich. They may be able to go, I don't know how far it is to the south to go to Harry Street. So they might go off of Harry, they might go off of Greenwich, I don't know. But if they did go off of Greenwich, that's up to about 5,000 vehicles per day. I'm just curious, is there any thought right now about approving a TF3 and MF18 zoning, knowing that that might end up with that many vehicles per day with that traffic situation?
Sure. In terms of the process, how this one's a little bit unusual in terms of the level of zoning that's requested in the unincorporated county. In terms of the amount of traffic in the streets and the lineup of the entrances and exits that typically occurs during the platting process. This one's a little bit unique in that the zoning is intense, it's in the unincorporated county, and there's not been a plat or an annexation application that's been submitted at the same time.
So this is unusual for the county to do this.
I would say it's a little bit unusual in that I don't have answers for some of your questions because those issues have not been looked at, and they normally would be through the process if those applications had already been received.
I may want to hear from some of the people who are going to testify today in favor of or opposed to this before I have any more questions. But I do have some more questions. We'll just get back to this in a little bit. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Lynn Packer?
Commissioner Howell, apologize. Lynn Packer, for the record, Director of Public Works, County Engineer. I do want to get to your point about the traffic on the Greenwich, Lincoln. Greenwich was recently improved out there by the city of Wichita and Sedgwick County in this portion. Filling in the rest of this area with residential lots and the additional traffic has been accounted for with those improvements there. Now, that being said, of course, adding more traffic, considering traffic going down, whether it be down to Harry or Lincoln or whatever, is always a consideration and would be need to be addressed in this case by the city of Wichita as that develops.
But we're doing a rezoning today, and SF20 would be much less density than TF3 or MF18. So when they did the analysis on Greenwich for the improvements, did they even consider TF3 or MF18 when they did the math to verify the configuration of that road?
I can't speak to what they accounted for when they redid the road. I can say that the higher density use is typical in the city of Wichita and with residential lots that are around that area. So I would assume they used a similar factor.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like to assume anything here, but.
And that is something, as Scott noted, that is something that will be discussed a lot in the planning process.
Okay. All right. I'm here to listen to the conferees. Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Why don't we hear from the applicant, and then we can further discussion. So you're welcome. Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Commissioner Lopez, hoping the best for you. And thank you, Scott, for your report and for the muscle you brought with you. So my name's Jay Cook. With Boffman Company. I'm the agent on behalf of the applicant. The applicant, Mr. Craig Sharp, he's here with me today. If there's some specific questions that I can't answer, he'd be happy to step in and answer those questions. A couple of things that I would like to talk about real quick. I know that are concerns, obviously, that are brought up now. What we're trying to do here is a mixed-use residential development. This will provide different styles of housing for property owners, going from patio homes, single-family attached, detached, and a little swath of multifamily that would be could be duplex up to no more than a fourplex in that small area to the southeast of this development. And what we do in that area would always, depends on market factors, what might be the best for that. I want to talk about annexation a little bit. Traditionally, and the way that we do things at Boffman is annexation is done during the platting process. This particular piece of property, there's a contract contingent upon zoning. So annexation before zoning is not the way we typically try to approach this in the case that maybe zoning is or is not approved. But once approval is done for the zoning, obviously we will immediately be going to annexation, and that's done, like I said, in the plating process. And that's the way that's the way we've done it in several other developments that have been on the fringe of the county city area. As it stands, Commissioner Howe, it would be impossible with this density and Commissioner Dennis as well, to have county services. So obviously we're going to have to annex it to be able to attach into city water, city sewer. Even alternative systems require larger lots than SF20 as it stands. So there will be an annexation process. It's a 45-day process. And when you're doing these, this piece of property probably has had a lot of eyes on it as far as purchasing goes, as it's been a single-family lot there. One of the last remaining pieces of puzzle for development around. It's very dense around it. I want to go in real quick to this protest petition just to kind of clarify or maybe talk about how this whole process has happened. So the notification area that we are required to notify property owners is set by state statute. Cities, municipalities, MAPD has regulations that exceed what is required by state statute. And typically state statute would be 200 feet, 1,000 feet where it abuts the county. Because of the size of the lot we've done, MAPD regulations, we had to notify 1,000 feet. So 540 property owners were notified in this process to do this rezoning. As Mr. Wadle said, about 5 or 6 attended. It's just to kind of put into perspective what we have here. 5 or 6 attended the Planning Commission meeting, couple letters, I believe. There are 140 parcels in this notification area, and there's only 3 signatures for the protest petition. Because they have more land than the rest, I guess they're given more representation than the rest, and that's why the protest petition is a valid protest petition. So you have 0.02% of property owners that were able to provide a valid protest petition actually provide a valid protest petition based off of just owning property, which means the other 38 properties do not represent aren't represented as much in this particular graph, and that's the way state statute is written. It's nothing against what the planning department has to do. That's a state mandate. So I just kind of wanted to point that out, that there are only 3 signatures on that. That protest area looks huge, 54%. But if you look at it as far as property owners, and if property owners were all counted the same, that's only 0.02% of people that actually signed a valid protest petition. I just kind of wanted to point that out. Other than that, I don't have anything else, but I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have for me. And obviously, like I said, Mr. Sharp is here as well to answer questions about the actual development.
Okay. Mr. Cook, Mr. Sharp, thank you for being here. Any questions for the applicant? Specific questions? Okay, hang tight. And we'll open up the public hearing of this specific case and ask to hear from those that sign up in public comment. So first off, Aaron Bastian. For those that will speak during public comment, our clerk will have 5 minutes. Just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak this morning. So good morning. My name is Aaron Bastian. I currently reside at 361 North Crestway in Wichita, but I will soon be residing at 1510 South Greenwich, which is about 100 feet across Greenwich from the property requesting zoning change ZON 2024-0009. I'm here today in opposition to this zoning change request. This is a request to change the zoning from SF20 single-family residential to a mix of TF3 two-family residential and MF18 multifamily residential. My objections to this request largely rest on the fact that the surrounding area is mostly single-family residential neighborhoods. In fact, and I counted all the lots within a quarter mile, 84% of the total lots today are single-family residential. And that this use isn't within the character of the neighborhood, as it could reduce single-family residential lots to just 58% of the area if approved, which I feel like creates issues with Golden Rule number 1. This is especially true of the request for MF18 multifamily residential. The nearest multifamily zoning is a small set of duplexes roughly 0.3 miles away by car that back up to the highway to the northeast. Building a 45-foot tall multifamily structure, which is allowed in MF18 zoning, and that's 1 foot taller than the Keeper of the Plains for reference in height, certainly doesn't fit this neighborhood either, which I believe creates issues with Golden Rule number 2. This request will also have an impact on the surrounding established neighborhoods, as it will introduce a new type of density to this area, again, especially the MF18 multifamily zoning request. This level of density will increase traffic, noise, and change the overall character of the neighborhood, which creates issues with zoning, with Golden Rule number 3. This projected change in increased traffic flows, which this neighborhood's intending to rely on one entrance, based on the slide 6 that was shown before, to this neighborhood on Greenwich, based on that draft plat map. The latest traffic count that I've seen shows 7,980 cars per day on Greenwich, and this development, if all built as duplexes, which is what the zoning would allow, could add an additional 6,640 cars per day, bringing the total to 14,620, nearly a doubling. It's also unclear how Sedgwick County would plan to deliver water and sewer services, that's been already noted today, to a property of this density. In addition, there's been substantial public investment in stormwater management, and I'm concerned that there will be additional public investment needed to manage this substantial amount of water, largely runoff from the airfield to the north that drains through this property. I also have concerns about the demand on the resources of Sedgwick County Sheriff and Fire Departments that this level of density would bring, as a few thousand people could live on this parcel, which creates issues with Golden Rule number 7. And finally, there's a sizable amount of opposition to the neighborhood residents to the zoning change. 54% of the land owned in the impacted area, as calculated by the Metropolitan Area Planning Department, has protested this zoning change. To my knowledge, the homeowners associations of Ballyclare, which is the neighborhood to the south, and Windsor Lake and Windsor Park, which is the neighborhoods to the east across Greenwich, which is a total of 116 homes, have voted to oppose this zoning change. Clearly, this change isn't wanted by the neighboring property owners, which creates issues with Golden Rule number 8. I want to point out that it was mentioned earlier that this property is similar to others that, were being developed on the fringes of Wichita. And this is an unusual request. I think we heard that word used before earlier today, because it is an island of Sedgwick County surrounded by the city of Wichita. And I see that this is ultimately about local property rights and the ability for a neighborhood to have its voice heard when it comes to plan changes to the surrounding area. I don't believe there has been an approved zoning change of this density in unincorporated Sedgwick County since I moved back to Wichita nearly 10 years ago. I hope you thoughtfully consider this request to vote no based on the issues that I've outlined with 5 of the 9 golden rules that you use to determine such requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bastian. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bastian, when I spoke, I'm not sure if you guys provided this map or this picture or someone else did. I don't know, but you have seen this before?
I have seen this before, yes.
What this talks about is patio homes, duplexes, club homes, duplexes, single family, enclave, and that type of thing. So if it was built like this, with the exception of the enclave, when you and I spoke, you seem to have less of a concern about this plan. If something at this density and this type of layout was done by the applicant, if this is what we ended up with, you would be less opposed. But since we're not really approving this plan today, and what we're approving today is TF3 across the whole thing, the opportunity for much higher density, and he even said himself, I believe, potentially up to quad, he would have to apply for conditional use, it sounds like, but he would potentially have up to quadplexes built into some of this TF3 area. That's partly why you're opposed to this today. Could you clarify that, please?
Sure. I am in opposition of the zoning request as it sits today, which is two-family residential, which will allow duplexes on the majority of this land, and the multifamily. I'm not a anti-development person at all. I understand that people want to develop their property and don't want to stand in the way of that unless it impacts the surrounding area. So the draft plat map, as discussed, I don't have a huge objection to outside of the multifamily zoning request.
So I bring that up. I may ask staff in just a moment, but just to clarify, I think I understand you correctly. The MF-18 you're opposed to outright, but the rest of this, if it was done generally as this is described here, now of course with the platting, they may change the size of a retention pond or move a road over or whatever, but if it was generally like this where the duplexes are interior, you're not going to see them from Greenwich, for example. Most of this is patio homes or single-family homes. There are some. So I spoke with the applicant. I believe he said probably around 60, duplexes, but they're kind of interior here. If that's what they actually ended up with, you probably wouldn't be so opposed today.
I would say generally that's correct, as long as the zoning matched the draft plat map that reflected single-family, two-family, et cetera.
Thank you for your answer, and I have a question for staff if there's any other questions for you, but question for staff regarding your testimony today.
Any other questions for Mr. Bastian? Okay, go ahead, Jim.
I'll ask, and you're welcome to stand by if you like. I'm not sure this gets back to you or not, Mr. Bastian, but to staff, is there any way to do an overlay? I know we're doing zoning today, but if we were to say something to the extent of the overlay saying that visually speaking, the homes that are visible, if you will, from Greenwich or a percentage of these homes must be single family. The duplexes are limited. If I did the math, 60 duplexes out of 240 lots. That's about roughly, say, 25 or 30% duplexes would be the maximum number of duplexes. The balance would have to be single-family homes. Is there a way to do an overlay to restrict this zoning approval to something that has that general restriction?
Okay, I'll defer to legal on this one.
Kirk Sponson, Deputy County Councilor once again, and Commissioner, based off of the tact you've taken with this, it appears that you're looking at density considerations. Is that correct?
It is a concern, and again, I think the applicant, by his own testimony, he doesn't really plan on putting quad homes or triplexes or anything across this entire property. But because it's TF3, because it's not defined today, he could theoretically change his mind, or maybe he would sell the project to someone else and they might have a different idea and they would actually put in higher density. So just going to TF3 without an overlay opens us up to worst case calculations. And the question I have is, at the worst case calculations, I do have a greater concern. Go ahead.
So within the protective overlay, there are some limitations and restrictions you can impose. One of those is decreasing the number or average density of dwelling units that may be constructed on the site. Another is increasing the minimum lot area or lot width. Another is increasing the minimum setback requirements. So within this, decreasing the number or average density of dwelling units that may be constructed on the site, I do believe that there is some latitude maybe to say a certain amount of the lots may be used for actual TF3 uses, whereas the other remaining percentage must be used for single-family lots. I do believe there is some ability there.
Okay, and if we did do something like that, are we able to define areas within the within the entire geographic area where that TF3 actual use of multifamily homes would be permissible, whereas other places it would be essentially, I guess, F5? Go ahead.
I would like to add just a quick comment here, is that if there are certain geographies that you think single family is most appropriate and that TF3 is most appropriate in certain areas, as part of this zone change request, you can approve not what has been requested, but a more restrictive zoning. So for portions of the TF3 area, you could approve SF5 zoning, for instance. So if you had specific geographic areas where you think certain classification zoning districts are appropriate, you can go that direction.
Commissioner, would you allow a follow-up question?
I have, I guess, here's my perspective here. I think, again, like many zoning cases, you've got people on far apart ideas. There's usually someone, if they get what they want, they're very happy and they're really upset, and vice versa. If it's denied, it goes the other way. There seems to be a middle ground here where the applicant is really proposing something that's really not terribly offensive to the opponents. It's just that because it's undefined at this stage of the process, the worst case calculations is much worse than what's actually being proposed. In their intentions, it's not as bad as what could be if they simply have a wide open, no restrictions, and go to TF3. What could happen there potentially is much worse than what they intend. If you restrict it back to what they intend, the opponents have less of an opposite. They're less opposed, if that makes any sense. So it seems to me this comes down to almost a definitions issue. If we could create some type of a way to maybe incorporate this plan more effectively in this larger area here, I don't know that it becomes quite as offensive to the opponents, and the applicants are going to get what they want, generally speaking. The question is, how do we get there? I don't know.
Yeah, if I may, Scott, you had mentioned that we have the capacity here to approve a zoning change that's less than what is requested by the applicant. It's being requested is TF3 and MF18. So we can approve TF3, which is less than and not do MF18, correct?
That is correct.
If the density, yeah, go ahead.
If it was approved as SF5, can they do conditional use to get to TF3 in certain parts?
No, sir. They would have to come back for a zone change on that.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Bastian? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner MEITZNER.
If we followed along that line of thinking, does the county have any responsibility to supply, as Commissioner Dennis talked about? I understand fire and sheriff is based on 911. But the utilities, is the Sedgwick County required to provide? Could the applicant come to us and say, all right, we're in here, we need you to give us roads, water, sewer, electric hookup? Are we responsible to do that if the applicant requested from us?
That's a response to Deputy County Councilor. That's a broad question, Commissioner. I think that in general, if there are deficient services being provided to an entity, I guess I can't rule out that they might have some opportunity for some claims. With that said, I can't speculate in this situation with any detail.
Thank you for not a yes/no answer. But
you're welcome.
Lynn, do we have experience in that where a development happened and because they struggled with utilities that they came to the county and said, you need to do this? And did we have any responsibility or liability or financial obligation to do such? Sorry, and I just want to get a
lawyer.
Lynn, thanks.
No problem. To the extent that, in my experience, we have not had any experience where they've come back and said that we had some type of liability. We have had individuals who have felt that we could have gone further in restrictions, but nothing that ever struck a chord of having us go back and make any changes to that effect.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Lynn. And Kirk, I didn't mean to be demeaning to you.
Lynn,
Okay.
hang tight.
Thank you.
Lynn, hang tight. One of the concerns was on flooding draining issues. I know Scott Lindenbach is not here, but do you have as a county engineer, do you have any concerns on drainage issues here?
I actually don't, and I know Scott would feel the same way. Again, not part of this process, but part of the planning process is to ensure, and Sedgwick County and City of Wichita share drainage regulations, and part of that, those regulations ensure that there will be no greater runoff in the future than there is now. In fact, most likely less because of the drainage requirements that will be in the plan.
Okay, that's helpful clarity. Thank you. Okay. We'll continue on through with public comment. Mr. Dwight Allen. Good morning, Mr. Allen. Thank you for being here. Our county clerk will give you 5 minutes. If you can just state your name and address for the record.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Sedgwick County Board of County Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to come before you and present my comments today to item P24-2550, District 5, listed on your meeting agenda. My name is Dwight Allen. I'm a native Wichita. I live at the southeast corner of the 90 acres of land involved in this zoning change request being considered today. I have lived there for the past 32 years. So I have seen a lot of changes in that general area. I wholeheartedly agree and support the concerns and the thoughts expressed by Mr. Aaron Bastian in his response dated 5/22/24, as well as his recommendation that the Sedgwick County Board of Commissioners vote no relating to the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission action of 4/11/24, approving the applicant's zoning change request ZON 2024-00009. I also have a concern regarding item 5 of the Golden Rules of Planning. It states in part, the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare is the basis for zoning. It is my understanding that little, if any, consideration has been given to including a community or neighborhood shelter or a safe room in all of the proposed housing units. The need for and provision of this life-saving benefit should be included in the initial planning of the new neighborhood rather than an afterthought. A significant increase in the density of the immediate area, which I think will result from the proposed building project, will assuredly increase the current noise levels, traffic flow, and create new visual issues, which the homeowners living along Greenwich currently or might be facing in the future. Your consideration of my thoughts on the zoning issues being considered will be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Allen, for sharing. Any questions or comments for Mr. Allen? Okay. Thank you, sir. Next up, Mr. Michael Huff.
Good morning. Michael Huff lives at 1401 South Greenwich. I have the 16 acres, which is the south line of the property you're looking at there on the map. That F18 zoning is at my front door and driveway entrance. I object to it, and I'm here to really support what has been already said as far as everybody. They pretty well covered it, I think. I have the water, the sewer, the fire, and everything else, but I think the main concern is that I just don't see how the density of the TF3 even fits the property, even if that's not what they propose they're going to do. As a homeowner next to this piece of property, my biggest concern is I don't really know at this point what we're going to do. I know what I was told, but then I see a little different picture when I look at the zoning. So I guess I'm kind of on the line, but at this point, I really am against the rezoning, and I'd like to see it voted down. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Huff, thank you for sharing. Commissioner Howe.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Mr. Huff, give us 1 second. Yeah.
this could probably be just as well for you and the previous speaker, but let me just ask you. So if MF 18 is not approved today, I don't know if the sale of this property has already gone through. I assume that it has not. So it sounds like it's contingent upon some changes here. Anyway, they're applying for MF 18 today, and if for some reason they do not get what they want in this proposal, I am just curious, what do you want to have happen to that property? Because if they're purchasing the property, they're going to apply for some kind of use. It could be a Dillon's grocery store. It could be a lot of things. I'm just
I
curious.
have no problem with the housing. I have no problem with select number of duplexes.
Okay.
But in patio homes. But I do have a problem with that MF 18 zoning on that corner. If that MF 18 zoning was a different location, possibly it wouldn't offend, but with me in my 16-acre property next door to it, and if it didn't sit right on my driveway, it'd be a little bit different. But I mean, I know what's going to happen. My driveway is going to become a freeway for everybody thinking that's the way to get into it. Because my driveway does run right down the side of the property there.
Right.
I have done some buffering line. I was very close friend with Kathy, and I knew that this was going to come up someday, and we talked about it. But I always figured it'd go residential with a possible few duplexes. But I couldn't see this thing all going duplexes by any means. And I'm not saying it's going to.
So just to make sure I'm clear on my question here, MF 18 is the highest density, except for one. There's what's called MF 29, which would be a lot higher than that. I assume that's like a full up apartment complex, probably. But everything else above that seems like it is, basically more commercialized type commercialized property that has something retail or some kind of process happening on the lot. I mean, it could be a car dealership, it could be a convenience store, it could be a grocery store, might be a dentist office. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could happen.
Sure.
Have you considered, if the MF 18 is not approved, that the applicant might come back with totally different uses that might be entirely different? I mean, I want to make sure that your hope is, it sounds like your hope is single family homes or a park or something like that, but you don't want MF 18 or anything more commercialized in that corner. You're going to be opposed to that going forward, no matter what that is. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else on public comment? Okay. I'll officially close public comment and give the applicant an opportunity to come back and share.
Obviously, we understand all the concerns that have been spoken by the three that spoke, and then obviously your all's concerns. What we would be willing to do not only in a good faith effort, but to make sure everybody's on the same page of what we're trying to do with this development, we would be willing to limit to 30% of duplex homes, which would, I did the math earlier, it was about 72 lots that would be duplex. I believe he stated that could be put in a protective overlay if that would be what you would want to do, if that's the leeway we have there. If obviously for me it's just words, but if we could put it in protective overlay, we would definitely do that. I know there's as it was stated, the drainage issues, those come out in the platting. A lot more of the issues come out in the platting process. I'm sure you all have heard that ad nauseum when it comes to these sort of things. We're looking at just the land use as of now and what we're wanting it to be. Wanting to maintain it residential, have no intentions. The purpose of the MF-18 being there is it's a good location for accessibility if these are used as more patio homes for elderly individuals or maybe more accessible homes. I know it's not been said, but where that is in the front of the development, that provides an opportunity for a different type of patio housing or something similar to a quadplex for easier access to Greenwich and to things like that. One thing I meant to mention earlier is this is a great location for development because of the closeness to Kellogg and other highways and interstates, to shopping, to centers there at Kellogg One, and also the restaurants. So we feel like, as it was stated, the new development was coming, and what we're trying to do is provide the best option for development, which is just a mixed use of single family and all that. So we would be willing to put, promise 30% of that being duplex only. That way 70% remains of the TF3, obviously 70% remains single family. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. You've kind of answered a question that I've got in the back of my mind, but the MF-18 is still a concern to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you really didn't address the MF-18 area. You can't do what you're wanting to do if the entire property was TF3?
I may revert that to Mr. Sharp here if he'd like to answer. When developers do this, they kind of see what the interest might be of someone purchasing this, what they may want to do. MF-18 seemed like a good idea. Craig, if you want to come up and kind of answer that. You're a lot taller than
Yeah, the MF-18, basically for the whole property, we're just trying to hit a bunch of needed product for that area. So we've got single family, we've got patio home, we've got duplex, and we've got the higher density in the MF-18. We've got some people that we've built other projects around Wichita for that is very interested in that piece of property to do their project. Obviously, it's not designed yet because we have to go through this whole process and get this done before they're going to waste their time to do that. But we've done multiple projects for them. They do typically duplex or fourplex in a higher density all on one lot, and they do a very nice job. We will be controlling what they do as far as we don't want the centerpiece as you drive through this neighborhood to not look attractive because we want to sell the entire neighborhood. So I know that isn't in stone, but we would have a lot of conditions on what that looked like, and I would be the builder of that property as well. The other thing I think was mentioned earlier was that the MF-18 allows 4 stories up to 46 feet, I believe is what you said, 45. We would not be more than 2 stories and not be more than 26. I don't know if that's an overlay also that can be applied. Would be absolute no problem for us to do that. Even if there was a certain amount of numbers, we're not going to be as high a density as what the 17 point whatever per acre. We're not going to be that type of density. We did a 2 acre lot about 1.5 miles from here that had 21 units on it, so more of a 10 unit per acre situation. So my guess is you're looking at 45 units in that area versus the 70 some that it allows, or 84 that it allows.
Okay. That's all my questions right now. I'm just concerned about the MF-18 out of this entire zoning process.
Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Chairman. Just curiously, so in my time of being here, this may be the second time, I'm not sure, first time or maybe second time where we've had this type of a proposal that I can remember. And in the past, when I've talked with developers who wanted to build a neighborhood, if you will, inside the city, the purchase price or the purchase deal was contingent upon 3 things: annexation, platting, and zoning. And so as the project moved forward, I don't know how they wrote the legal documentation, but it seems to me that the 4 things are tied together. If you purchase a property and you didn't get to any one of those 3 things, that your vision would be ruined, okay? And you're going to be out a lot of money, and that's a real problem. So understanding that, you may have a purchase says the completion of the sale from the seller to the buyer is contingent upon these 3 things. Obviously, the city can't deal with plating and zoning until it's annexed. And so on their side, they would have to annex it first, and they'd have to have a second vote to plat and to zone, which could be one vote potentially. So probably at least a couple of votes on the city side, at which point the sale would move forward. I'm just curious, why are we not following that process today? Because again, this is a little awkward for us to be talking about. We have, the alternative wastewater systems are obviously not the best choice here. Connecting to city municipal water supply and city
I can address that.
sanitary sewer would be where you want to go. But there's nothing in writing that's saying the annexation is your plan. Go ahead.
So we have a purchase contract that's not, we do not close on the property. We have a due diligence period. When we purchase this, normally we would like to get at least a 6-month due diligence period. In this case, the seller wouldn't allow us to have that 6 months. If we would have got the 6 months, we could have went the other route and annexed and did that through the city. With the time frame that we had, the only thing that we're concerned about is zoning. We don't have a problem with the plat and the annexation. We know that's going to pass. So it's not anything that we're concerned about. Once we get the zoning, we can close on the property. But we had to go this avenue because of the time frame of the seller.
And I know MAPC has 7 representatives from the city, but it's a little unusual for us to approve a zoning that generally, when we know it's going to be annexed by Wichita, that the elected officials of Wichita don't actually have the vote to make that change. In terms of them planning the city, I feel like we're kind of jumping into their business a little bit. By us doing the zoning today, I feel like we're almost out of order here. But I understand your thing about the 6 months. I don't know how that necessarily plays into my initial question is, why is it not the annexation and the planning and the zoning written in such a way that if all three are not successful, the purchase or the completion of the sale is suspended based on the inability. Now, of course, I would tell the city council that if you intend to vote no on planning or zoning, please don't vote yes on annexation, because we see them as connected. We need to make sure that they either all three pass or we don't pass annexation, because to be annexed and then not be zoned would be just the same problem.
Well, in this case, it's kind of a unique situation that the city's surrounded this property, and it's been this island out there. We're not even the applicant we will not be the applicant for annexation because it's under the current owner's name. They don't want it annexed unless it sells to a developer. Currently, they don't want it annexed. So the order of this is a little unique.
And I understand that point exactly, for the very same reasons I just mentioned a minute ago. And just for everyone's knowledge, if I understand correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but anything over 20 acres in Sedgwick County is subject to be, if you will, it's not subject to unilateral annexation. They can apply to be annexed, but unless they apply, the city cannot unilaterally choose to annex them. Unfortunately, for this property to the south, there's 15 acres or so, they could be annexed if they wanted to be.
Right.
But anyway, I understand that the seller has a concern about being annexed, and then something would mess up and the sale doesn't happen or the zoning doesn't, for the same reason. But again, I think if you write those contracts in a way that the sale is contingent upon all three. So if all three things are done, yes, they will not be annexed unless the other two things are done, because it's all contingent on each other, and then the sale will not go forward until all three things. To me, it's a legal issue. But to put this in front of the county commission is very awkward to us, I think, because we have to pretend that we're going to provide services, and we know that that doesn't even make sense. And I feel like we're planning the city for the city. Even though they have MAPC representatives, the elected officials are not voting on this. We are. And I find that to be a little bit out of, I feel like that's not the best process. So I'll just state my concern there. Thank you.
As far as if I could just talk real quick on that, the annexation process is a 45-day process. And like he's stating, with typically when you do these type of purchases, you have a little bit more time. So to do the annexing and then the zoning and then the platting, didn't have the time to do that. But the first step you would have to take is annexation. So as you're saying, in a purchase contract, you could have all three of those things be required to be done. this individual that's selling the property does not want to be annexed. So if we go through the 45-day process of being annexed before we start zoning, it will be annexed into the city even if the city says, no, you can't zone. So while I understand your concern, you can't have those three things in the contract, because if one domino falls, the other two don't happen. So if they don't want to be annexed into the city, but they are, and then the zoning or the platting doesn't work out in our client's favor, then they're annexing the city for nothing. So I understand your concern, and obviously Craig does as well, and everybody does. But it's one of those things where that's why this is unique, not only for what you're stating, but if we annex it first, it's not the will of the seller to do that.
I completely agree, and I completely understand. This is not a new problem. This is every developer that takes unincorporated land and wants to do these three things has the same challenge.
Yeah.
But this has been figured out in the past. So
and most of the time, the seller is willing to allow the annexation to go through, I would imagine, and they have more time to do it. They have the full time, whereas, as Craig was saying, this particular seller is in a living trust, so they just want to get it sold quickly.
Well, I
mean, I understand. I just understand what you're saying.
I completely understand your concerns, and I get it. Thank you.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Quick question. Mr. Sharp, this is for you. Thank you. I'm familiar with some of your buildings, and you do a nice job in the community. So, but did you say earlier that on this MF18 section did you say you'd be willing to keep it at 2-story? Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have no intention of being more than 2-story.
Okay.
Absolutely no intention.
So if a protective overlay was part of this, limited it to 2-story, that doesn't bother.
And even a limit on the density, if that, I don't know what's all possible legally, so, but the density of that area we'd look at also.
And I understand that the annexation steps, as you and Commissioner Howell have been talking, but I'm still concerned that if the annexation does not go through, that somehow the county's drug into business that we've never done before, which is utility business. I'm not an electric, water, sewer.
The one thing I'd say about that is the county has many rules about what is allowed per lot size and everything else. So if that did happen, then you would be putting that into a minimum of 2 to 3 acre lots to meet county guidelines.
Yeah.
And that would be our problem.
So I assume you'd be doing specials on the development?
As it sits now or in that case?
In that case.
Yes, most likely. If it went to acre lots, then probably not. But in this case, we'll definitely be doing specials.
Special assessments for the record.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's bring discussion back to the bench. Any questions or comments or a motion? Commissioner Hyde.
I'm not thinking, I'm not willing to make a motion just yet, but I do have one other question, and that is, can these be considered separately, or is this all or nothing consideration? Is it possible for us as a body to divide the question and consider the MF18 as a question and the TF3 as a separate question?
Kirk Sponsip, the County Councilor. Yes, I do believe that is acceptable in this case.
And secondly, if we wanted to provide the overlay restrictions for the height of the MF18 and or the density of the duplexes and location of the duplexes within that property, even though it's all going to be TF3, is there any way to create an overlay to restrict it to essentially SF5 type housing on the balance of that property? Are we able to do that here today, or is that something that's like so complicated that we need to not do that here?
If I may, 1 second. Apologies, 1 second, Commissioner. All right. In short, and it sounds like if you're wanting to impose a protective overlay on the TF3 portion, is that correct?
It is a two-part question. If
Okay.
we wanted to create a restriction to 26 feet or 2 stories and/or 2 stories, as well as a maximum of, let's say, 30% duplexes, and they must be interior to the project. If we were to do those two things as a protective overlay today,
You could do that.
we could do that today.
Yep, yes, and the reason I say that is because, once again, my prior comments about the 30% would go towards the density, and then as for the height, that would fall under the option for protective overlays of addressing any other specific development standards required or authorized by this code. So you could do a protective overlay involving both.
And then in terms of the actual layout, the drainage, the design of the roads and the lot divisions and all that would be done during plating. So that's all that subject, again, would it be subject to this overlay then?
That is correct.
Okay, it's all my questions for you at the moment, but I guess I would ask the chairman at some point potentially to allow the applicant and maybe one or two of the opponents to speak to the idea and see where are they on that as a compromise to potentially solve for yes on this project today.
Okay. Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I understand the direction now that Commissioner Howell is considering. My worry is that now we're making sausage from the bench again, and that's a concern to me. So I guess the best way to do it when we're trying to move through making changes in certain areas and putting protective overlays on and so forth is to send it back to the MAPC, have them come up with the process and send it back to us. So I guess I've got a question from the developer. First of all, you've said that there's a time limit on this, and I'm sympathetic to your time limit, honestly, but I don't like to suddenly start making big changes to your protective overlay and making decisions that's going to impact the future of this from the bench when we've got a planning department and an MAPC that is better versed in doing this. Do you have time for us to send this back and come back again with some additional requirements?
Currently not. It's the end of the month that we have to give them the go-ahead of whether we're moving forward or not. We don't know that couldn't be extended at this point, but I don't know that.
That's
We've
unfortunate.
extended once already.
Now, I served on the MAPC for 9 years, so I'm pretty familiar with the process. But even at that, I'm uncomfortable with us trying to suddenly put overlays on here that may not meet the needs of the neighbors and with you at the same time. So I'm kind of in a quandary since you can't extend this thing.
The overlays itself, we really have no problem with any of the restrictions that we've talked about.
Okay, well then in that case, can one of those speakers before the opponents come back before the bench and talk to us whether or not that a protective overlay that would limit the height and the density would be acceptable to you all?
Looks like I got volunteered to come back up here. Thanks, guys. So generally speaking, if you're talking about height limitations and density limitations, I believe what I heard was 30% duplexes in the total, is that the total in the TF3, and then a 2-story or 26-foot height limitation on the MF18? Density limitation would be great. I like where this is going. But yeah, I think, generally speaking.
I think we would knock it down to 50, which is 10 per acre versus 17.2 and the 26 foot without any fault.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Come on up, Rick.
Yeah.
Yes, on the TF3, we would be definitely willing to go to 30% on the duplexes or the TF3 zoning versus the single family. And then the MF18, 26-foot height restriction, no more than fourplex. That could be thrown in there, and density of 10 per acre. We would be fine with all of those, and it would work into our scope of plan. And I think overall units would be considerably less than what we've mentioned earlier in the conversations.
Okay. Mr. Bastian, you and your neighbors, is that satisfactory?
Gentlemen?
You know, one option that we can do here is, why don't we take a quick recess for about 10 minutes? And what that will do is allow the conversation to happen with language, because I am very sensitive to, in many of these cases, we would defer this back to allow this process to work. And since that, we want to be respectful, and since that's really not an option for the applicant, then why don't we just take a 10-minute break? There was already a request for a break as soon as the zoning case was done. Why don't we do that now? And we'll take a quick break, 10 minutes. We'll allow the language to work a little bit and a couple conversations to happen, and then we'll have some concise language that we can make a vote on here in about 10 minutes. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, folks, back to your seats. We're going to get started here in a minute. 1 minute. Okay, we are still pausing the BOCC meeting, and we are going to call to order the governing body of Fire District Number 1. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Roll call.
Sorry, a motion. Can I make a quick comment, Chairman? Sure. I was going to suggest, because you still have, I believe, the zoning item is open right now. My suggestion would be to make an announcement to recess the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and then indicate if you're going to come back to that item before, if that's okay.
Before dark? Okay, I now said we will recess the Board of County Commissioner meeting. We will reconvene the BOCC meeting and item O as soon as we get some clarity back from legal counsel on some language. Would that suffice? Okay. So we've now called to order the governing body of Fire District Number 1. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Dennis.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
There are no one has signed up for public agenda. Next item.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, fire meeting minutes of April 17th, 2024.
Okay. Commissioners, we've all had an opportunity to review the fire meeting minutes of April 17th, 2024. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve fire meeting minutes of April 17th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
Item B, fire meeting minutes of May 1st, 2024.
Okay, Commissioners, we've all had an opportunity to review these meeting minutes for May 1st, 2024. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve the fire meeting minutes of May 1st, 2024.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
I was absent that day, so I will abstain, but I did read the minutes.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please.
New business, item C, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts, regular meeting on May 16th, 2024.
Hello, Joe Thomas.
Yes, good to see you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm trying to wait till this goes 12:01 so I can say good afternoon. Good afternoon, and we are happy to present to you the meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts for Fire District Number 1. This was the regular meeting of May 16th. This item is for various fire apparatuses for Fire District Number 1. The recommendation is to utilize the HGAC buy contract, which is number FS 12-23. And that's with Conrad Fire Equipment in the amount of $2,018,034.76. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have, and I recommend approval.
Okay. Any questions on the bid board in this specific item? Okay. Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve the report of the Board of Bids and Contracts regular meeting on May 16, 2024.
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Don't go far. Next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Ms. Manager Stoltz.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commission. Tom Stoltz, County Manager's Office, recommending we approve consent item D on the fire agenda.
Okay. Any questions on consent item D? Okay. Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve consent item D, the charitable donation from Pearson Construction.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Very good. Okay. Next item, please.
Other.
Anything in other for the fire district? Okay. Next item.
Executive session.
We have no executive session planned for the fire district, so the governing body of Fire District Number 1 meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for your patience. And we will now resume the Board of County Commission meeting. Would it be acceptable if we moved, while item O is still being discussed, how can we move through the agenda?
And Chairman, I believe you're talking about item P.
P,
and that's still pending. I think at this point, you could just take that item back up at your discretion later in the agenda. It's been recessed at this point, and just say that you're going to reconvene that later within the meeting and continue forward. If that's
Would there be any, everybody be okay if we moved on to item R? Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk, could you please call item R?
Item R, consideration of a grant application in the amount of $302,018 from the Bureau of Justice Assistance for the FY 2024 Formula DNA Capacity Enhancement for the Backlog Reduction Program.
Okay, and we have our Director of the Regional Forensic Science Center, Dr. Shelley Stedman. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, and everyone still joining us. My name is Shelley Stedman. I am the Director of the Regional Forensic Science Center. And along with the District Coroner's Office, the Regional Forensic Science Center also provides a variety of laboratory services, including firearms examination, illicit drug testing, toxicology, and today I'm here to talk about the biology and the DNA laboratory services that we provide, and in particular, the DNA Capacity Enhancement for Backlog Reduction Grant application. It's a formula grant that comes around every year. This grant is an allocation to the state of Kansas, and 3 agencies who perform DNA testing divide this money up based on the laboratory's needs and the jurisdictions that they serve. The amount allocated to the state this year is $831,437, and the portion of that I am requesting is $302,018. So other than salaries, this is pretty much the budget on which the DNA laboratory operates. Therefore, this funding is absolutely critical in providing testing for the resolution of violent crimes in the 18th Judicial District. Our project proposal is to use this funding for software upgrades for DNA profiling software, for maintenance and calibration of the instrumentation that we use to extract, quantify, and profile DNA evidence. A large portion of it is used to purchase supplies for these processes. And also I've included a very small allocation for training because the FBI quality assurance standards require that DNA analysts have a small bit of continuing education each year to stay in compliance with those quality assurance standards. One thing I want to make you aware of is that over the course of time, we've used this grant money to purchase robotics and to validate them and to implement those into our DNA workflow. And right now, we have almost 100% robotic DNA workflow. And one thing about that is that the plasticware and the specific kits and chemicals that they use is far more expensive than the raw chemicals and the items that we were purchasing when we were doing those processes manually. At some point, we're probably going to have to look at the county budget to support that robotic workflow. But according to the county manager, this year was not the year or the budget environment to go about asking for that. So I've continued to lean on this grant to support that process. And our colleagues at the KBI in Johnson County have been kind enough to continue to accommodate an allocation that you may consider a little bit more than our fair share of the statewide money to support our needs. But to put it into perspective, in 2021, that robotic workflow has greatly improved our processes, not only in our capacity, but it's freed up our analysts to allow for the interpretation end of things. And in 2021, we had over 200 cases in our backlog. Today, as I stand before you, we have about 35 cases in our backlog.
Wow, that's great.
So what I'm here to tell you is that funding, training, and sustainability of staff is what that looks like.
That's good.
I also wanted to tell you about a couple of success stories. I don't get the opportunity to go into the DNA lab very often anymore. So when I do, it's just to finish up cases that I started years ago. And I've had a couple of opportunities this year based on genetic genealogy. Probably heard a lot of cases that have been solved that way. And both the Sheriff's Office and the Police Department have had some success with that technology this past year. Specifically, the Sheriff's Office had a case of unidentified human remains that were recovered in 1994, and Sherry Beck is our chief medical investigator, who actually last week celebrated 30 years with Sedgwick County. She actually worked that scene in 1994, and in 2005, she submitted to me the left femur from that individual. I extracted the DNA from that sample, and it was badly decomposed and had been stored already for over a decade, but we obtained a full DNA profile. And over the course of time, even though that was in the database, we tested a lot of people who had missing relatives. We even exhumed a body to test against those human remains. But it wasn't until this past year where genetic genealogy led us to the relative of Harold James Crawford, allowing the identification of that body nearly 30 years after his death. That's when I received the DNA of his father for the relationship testing to perform and identify against the profile from the left femur that was obtained in 2005. And then in 2007, I also worked a rape case. It included a sexual assault kit collected from a woman who was about 32 years old at the time, and she was home alone with her infant child when a stranger who had previously done maintenance in her home gained entrance into her house and sexually assaulted her. When a victim is sexually assaulted, they go to the hospital, and a specially trained nurse examiner will collect evidence from their body and also take an account of what happened to the person, and that paperwork or that story is then placed with the evidence into the rape kit, and that kit comes to our lab. And I'll never forget the day I read that story. I remember thinking, she's just almost the same age as I am. And I screened the kit, and I tested the other evidence with the scene, and there was one sample that had the perpetrator's profile. And I put the sample into the database, and we did not get a hit. And there was no investigative lead, and the sample went into the freezer. And over the course of 13 years, we tested suspects, and about a dozen case files later, we still never solved the case. And in 2020, I was asked to take that sample out of the freezer. It was now in a box in the very back of the freezer, and we sent it out for genealogy testing. And in 2023, 3 years after we sent it out, a detective from the police department called me and said that genetic lineage had led them to a suspect in our region. And 4 months after that, I received evidence from that suspect, and I processed that evidence, compared it to the profile that I generated in 2007, and solved that case. So, yeah, I think sometimes a Sedgwick County Commission meeting agenda item needs a human touch. And so I apologize for making this item a little longer on an already long meeting, but this agenda item is about money for software upgrades, supplies, maintenance and calibration for instrumentation and staff training. And yes, it's important in the realm of public safety, and yes, it's about money that puts DNA profiles into a database that will solve cases that would otherwise go unsolved. But at the end of the day, it's much more than that. It's about closure, and it's about justice, and it's about what makes people want to go to work every day at the Regional Forensic Science Center. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have about this grant or anything else that's happening at the Science Center today.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. You're right. They do deserve a personal touch, and what you do at Forensic Science Center is incredibly important to this community. Congratulations on the progress that's been made too. You indicated some data and where you're at in your backlogs now, and it's a lot of hard work, So any questions or comments for Dr. Stedman? Okay, thank you. So I will gladly make a motion to approve the submission of the grant application. And I'm going to read the entire motion and recommended actions. I want to make sure we get it right. clarify, my motion is to approve the submission of the grant application and authorize the following actions. Acceptance of the grant if it's awarded, authorize the chairman to sign all necessary documents, and authorize the establishment of budget authority until the conclusion of the grant term and allowing for remaining balance at the end of each calendar year to be established in the next fiscal year. That's the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Dr. Sedman, thank you.
Thank
again.
you.
Very much appreciated. Okay. Sorry for jumping around the agenda. We're going to go back to item P now. And if we could have Scott Wadle or Kirk Sponsel kind of walk us through where we're at, and then we'll make some motions and continue work.
All right. Well, we had a discussion with the stakeholders, the applicant and stakeholders, about this case, and got clarification about some of the conditions that had been offered at the podium, and I will go through those with you. The first one is that in the TF3 portion, that there would be no more than 30% of the lots would be built as duplexes. And there was consensus reached among the stakeholders and the applicant on that. There was agreement that that would be a good and satisfactory condition. For the MF18, there was not consensus on this, and there were 3 conditions, and I'll read them to you, and then I will add a little note at the end about the issue, I think, of discussion on this. So MF18, that it would be developed with no more than 4 plexes in terms of the structures that were built on there, so that they would not, the structures would not be of a higher density than what a 4-plex would be. So there could be multiple 4-plexes, but that the structures themselves would not be more than 4 plexes. That the MF18, that the height would be limited to 26 feet, so no more than 26 feet in height. And then with the MF18, that a density cap of 10 dwelling units per acre. I'm going to look back to the audience and everyone, just make sure that I'm getting nodding heads on this. Then the point that was made during the conversations about the MF18 is that consensus was not reached. My understanding is primarily because of the location of where the MF18 is proposed, and I believe that that came up during the public testimony and comments during this item earlier this morning. So that's what I have to report back.
Okay.
Yep.
Very helpful. Okay. Questions or comments based on what we just heard? Commissioner?
Chairman, was there any discussion about the duplexes in the TF3 being interior to the site?
No, that did not come up during the discussion, just that no more than 30% of the lots would be built out as duplexes.
Okay. At this time, we don't have the option of moving the MF18 around the total site. I assume that would have to go back to MAPC for that to happen.
That is correct. And sir, if I might add to that, that's because it would be considered a substantial amendment, or it would require a new application simply because of the area that they've already identified for the MF18. You can't move a less restrictive zone, apply for or get granted a less restrictive for an area where you haven't asked for it. So.
Is there any consideration of the maximum dwelling units for the entire development site? Is there a maximum number of dwellings for the entire site?
In terms of the discussions that were just had?
If you did the 10 dwellings per acre on the MF18 and no more than 30% duplexes on the TF3, is there a way to calculate a maximum number of dwellings for the entire site?
There would be a way. We did not do that calculation. It seems like with the TF3, the 30% was, again, satisfactory for everyone. Okay. For the MF18, it was not, the consensus, again, was not reached. Largely, my belief is because of the location of where it's proposed.
So I assume the proponents of the applicants are acceptable to the idea, but the opponents are not.
Yes, sir, and I don't know that there's consensus within the stakeholders outside of the applicant for those.
So the opponents that spoke today, we don't know that amongst the three of them, they may not have consensus between the three of them.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments? So we need to talk about some language. If you can help us walk through this, Kurt.
Yeah, Kirk Sponsel, Deputy County Counselor. If you want to give me just kind of the broad brush strokes of what you're hoping to accomplish, I do have some language depending on the route you want to take.
Okay. I think there were some conditions that were agreed upon with in the protective overlay. So I think the limit to the 30% duplex lots in TF3 was something that was generally agreed upon. And then the protective overlay conditions in MF18. I think that's probably the easiest and direct route at this point, is just grab language on those three conditions, correct?
Fourplex's height of 26 feet.
And as part of this, so there would be the approval of the respective TF3 and the respective MF18 areas?
Together or separate?
Okay, separately, okay. And also as part of that, the basis for these changes was due to mitigate adverse impacts, I take it, based on the discussion?
That's correct.
Okay, so motion language would be, and you can certainly incorporate my motion if you want to for ease, but motion would be move to approve the application for the respective areas of TF3 and MF18 as approved by the MAPC and as presented today with protective overlay number 431 as amended herein. So in addition to the protective overlay, existing limitations and conditions of 1A through 1E for any multi-developments, in addition to those conditions, an additional 1F condition shall be added that no structure with more than 4 dwelling units, parentheses, fourplex, may be developed. Further, a 1G condition shall be added that there shall be a maximum of 10 dwelling units per acre. Last, a 1H condition shall be added that the property development maximum height is 26 feet. And then in addition, a condition number 2 shall be added to the protective overlay number 431 for the TF3 section, in which no more than 30% of the lots may be developed as duplexes. This is incorporating the MAPC's findings as a basis for the general approval. And you are also imposing the additional restrictions to mitigate adverse impacts on neighboring properties. And if that is the language you prefer and that is the language you are desiring, you may incorporate my motion as yours.
Okay, thank you, Kirk. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Kirk, thanks, and I appreciate the work for all parties involved in this. My only question right now is, you said there was one sticking point. What is the sticking point?
I believe Scott was referring just to the MF18 as a whole, just the location of it.
Okay, very good. Well, again, I appreciate everyone working together on this. It's a difficult situation when we're trying to make sausage from the bench, and I don't like that. But by you all working and taking it over to our planning department and our attorneys, that makes things a little smoother for us. Thanks, I appreciate it. And I'll defer to Commissioner Howell.
Is it possible for the opponents to speak at this time, for them to give us kind of a sense of where they are on this proposal? I assume the applicants are okay at this time. Is that acceptable? Okay. May we hear from the opponents, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly, absolutely.
If any of the opponents want to speak, I would invite you to come and share with us any concerns that you have at this time.
I would, maybe just to explain a little bit the lack of consensus amongst the MF-18. Some of the opponents are generally agreeable with what has been outlined, and some are opposed based on the location of the MF-18 zoning in general. And so I don't, if there's anything else y'all would like me to state with regards to that.
Well, one of the things that came up in those discussions, I think, is the difference in the priorities of the neighbors and the priorities of the developers. One is on one end, mainly the revenue end, and the profits. The neighbors are on what is going to be best for the neighborhood. And all of the people that I have talked to, all around, whether it's in Bel Air or Ballyclare, or if it's in the one up north, and I can't think of the name of that, something font, or in Windsor Park, the only real thing they have opposed about this whole thing is not for some kind of development, because we're not against change. It's inevitable. But they don't like those tall, what I call ugly, two-story duplexes on East Harry. That's called the Enclave. And it's my understanding, and it was brought out again today from the developer, that there is a person that already wants to buy that ground to develop the Enclave. Now, excuse me, are we going to try to satisfy a buyer for property that hasn't even been sold or zoned yet? Now, this is where I'm coming from. Now, how does that affect you guys? I don't know. You'll have to determine that.
Well, let me respond to your concern, and I certainly appreciate you clarifying. So when we started today, we talked about buildings that were going to be 45 feet tall and up to 17.4 dwellings per acre. Now we're down to 10 dwellings per acre and 26 feet tall. In fact, I would argue that the other housing within this entire development potentially will be two-story housing. And that may not be unusual. When you go to any neighborhood, you'll see two-story homes virtually everywhere. So they may not stand out in that regard. And the duplexes, I think will, again, I don't know if they, again, it's not one of the conditions today, but I would hope that the two duplexes are interior to the development, because I think that they're less desirable than single-family homes. The patio homes are in demand. There's a lot of retired folks that want patio homes. They are a real premium, if you will, on type of housing. But what makes the MF-18 different, I think, is that there potentially will be up to 4 dwellings per structure. They will look different than the duplexes or the single-family homes. They will look different.
Well,
height-wise, they will not be the same.
I don't disagree with that. I can disagree. But as an alternative, there are some duplexes, there are fourplexes, 2 couples, 4 garages that are right across the street from where Aaron Bastion is building a home. They look altogether different. They're not 2 stories.
I'm familiar with the area, and
anyway, I just hope that whatever decision you make will be
what I'm trying to do
best
today is find a compromise between all the different perspectives, if you will. And I think we've done something today that's pretty extraordinary. We've come to a middle point, which is, again, I'm sure no one's completely happy, but
I think we had a much more positive discussion today. These are the kind of discussions that we should have been having between the neighbors and the developers a long time ago.
And I did it, and as I spoke to both sides, I have always encouraged that you guys come together with a compromise that makes everyone happy. Although we had to do it during the meeting today, I think everyone's a lot happier than they were when they started today. And again, no one's totally happy, but considering if you didn't get what you wanted at all, you would be happier with the compromise, I assume. So,
Appreciate this.
thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'd be willing to make a motion whenever we need to.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Aaron Bastian, do you have anything else you wanted to say? Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate everyone working together today. These are very difficult cases. I think I would generally discourage this to be the process we try to hone in on. I would really prefer to see Wichita do their own zoning. But there's some extraordinary circumstances that makes this a little bit difficult. And I think ultimately if Wichita did get involved in this, I don't think they would come up with a better answer today. I do think we would see, again, if it's not MF-18 with residential structures, by the way, I think you could see potentially restaurants and car lots and who knows what else would happen in there. I think the fact that it's housing and it's slightly higher density, but at least it's limited in height, it's limited in density, I think is a win for everyone. It's not my favorite type of housing, but there is a need for that type of housing. And I think that's what the developer came to us saying we need a variety of different housing styles because that's what the community needs. And the transitions from one type to the next are somewhat, I think, are reasonable in this case. And I don't fault the developer for wanting to make money. Everyone who's in business or is in business to make one thing, and that is to be profitable. No one's in business to lose money. And the fact that you see an opportunity, I don't fault the developer in any way for executing a plan to provide some housing that people need, and in that process, he makes a profit. That's reasonable. Mr. Chairman, I think with the motion as read by our legal counsel, I would make a motion to adopt that language today, and that's my motion. Thank you.
Okay. I'll second that motion. Commissioner Dennis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to second it, but I did want to make one comment. This is not the first time that we've had zoning and knowing that annexation was going to come ahead. So what I urge our planning department to do in the future is when someone comes in with the plans like this, that they tell them to get the annexation done and get through the process the right direction. Because this is, I know just in the recent past, we've had 3 cases like this. We had an island annexation out on 21st Street. We had a possibility of an annexation west of 135th Street, and now this case. Now we're up to 3, and it's just something that we've got the cart before the horse. So I urge you, when developers come in and say that they want to do this and then do annexation later, tell them annexation is the proper thing to do first, because we're not going to provide the services. We know that ahead of time. We're going to now pass this over to the city council, and they may not agree with the way that it goes, but because of the process, the city council has no way of weighing in on that. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us and working through that process. Okay. We are going to move to item Q. Madam Clerk, please call item Q.
Item Q, presentation of the 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. You're welcome. I'm in 2024.
I'm getting there. It is. Come on, open up. Do, do, do.
Okay. Hello, Lindsay.
Hello, Chairman. Hello, Commissioners. Lindsay Poruso, your CFO. I am taking a surprise turn on your agenda for showing up here. First, I want to thank Michael Gerber, partner with Forvis, who's here today to talk about our audit results, as well as Hope Hernandez, our Director of Accounting, who will walk you through a tremendous amount of information about our 2023 fiscal year. But before I turn it over to them, I do want to announce that as of this morning, we're aware of yet another award given to our accounting team for the 2022 Popular Annual Financial Report. So you all love the little packet that you can take with you to public events that gives you the year in review. That is the award that has now been received for the 18th year in a row. This is in addition to the document which has received the award 42 years in a row. So we are very proud of our team, very proud of the work that they do. We have several members of our accounting staff here with us, and I'll let Hope introduce them. But certainly it's a phenomenal accomplishment. We are very proud of the work that they do, regardless of the awards that they get, but that just adds some icing to the cake. So thank you for letting me give you that briefing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Michael to talk you through the 2023 financials.
Congratulations. Yeah. Michael, welcome. Good afternoon.
Chairman, thank you, and Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to speak with you here today. As Lindsay mentioned, my name is Michael Gerber. I'm a partner with Forvis. I oversaw the audit of the financial statements of the county. I know Hope's going to get into a little bit more detail on some of those changes year over year, but I do have just a few remarks that I'd like to share with you very quickly. First, I'd like to echo Lindsay's comments about your finance team. There are a few of them here in attendance today, but you obviously have a lot of them behind the scenes as well that get us the information that we need to do our audit. So thank you very much for their help during this process. I believe you all have a printed document. If not, you probably have it electronically, the full ACFR, the annual comprehensive reports. Again, just want to point a few items here that might be of interest. Just past the financial statement section, there's a tab there, but there's a document entitled Independent Auditor's Report. That's basically the genesis of what we do, and that's our one report that we actually include in the ACFR here. This is issued an unmodified, a clean opinion. That's the opinion that you want as a result of an audit, so certainly good news there. And just past that 3-page report starts the management discussion and analysis. That would be page A4 if you're following along. This is about 12 pages worth of analysis provided by management, your finance team, on changes year over year. So if you don't read anything else within this report, that might be a good thing to kind of look through just to see what's changed year over year. A couple other items that I do want to mention on the towards the end of that this report is our what we call the single audit. So all the federal funds that you receive during the year. Obviously, the government wants to make sure that you're spending that money in the right way, so we do compliance audits on 3 of those programs. The good news there is, as a result of our audit process, we had no findings to report within any of those 3 programs there. And then finally, we always look at internal controls through your cash inflows, outflows, payroll, just your control over your assets. Within the management letter that we also provide to the county, we had no written findings, no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies to write within that letter. So again, I think good news all around here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to your very own Hope Hernandez, who will do a little bit deeper dive through the financial statements.
Michael, thank you, and thank you for the work with Forvis. Appreciate all that you guys do. Hope.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Hope Hernandez, your Accounting Director. So I know that it's May of 2024 and that you guys are in full budget mode right now, but please stay with me while I present on the 2023 financial statements and financial position. So we'll start off with some 2023 highlights, and I know that Michael had touched on a few of those, but the process that we do here at the county is we have the internal control process audit, and that starts in November and December. The financial statement audit and prep is February through May, and then the audit team spends a minimum of 1,000 hours auditing all of our work papers, documents, financial statements, everything that we put into the ACFR for you guys. They spend a minimum of 1,000 hours making sure that we're including everything in there. And again, as Michael said, we've got a clean, unmodified opinion with no findings. Sedgwick County is required by state law as well as by bond covenants to produce financial statements annually within 180 days of the end of the fiscal year. The financials are published in the form of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, most commonly referred to as the ACFR. We are also required to have the annual financial statements audited by an independent CPA firm that is chosen through the RFP process. The audit was conducted by Forbes. The Division of Finance has published the ACFR, and the document has been delivered to you. The ACFR provides a complete and accurate disclosure of the results of the county's financial activity for the 2023 fiscal year, which ended on December the 31st. There are 7 tabs or sections within the ACFR, and I'm going to give you a few highlighted areas if you're interested in looking in there. In the introductory section, there is the transmittal letter, and this gives a high-level overview of the financials, a summary of the budget process at Sedgwick County, as well as various trends and economic conditions. In the financial section, you will find the independent auditor's report, followed by the MD&A, which Michael mentioned earlier. If you're not going to read the whole entire document, that is a good area to look at. It basically summarizes the financial and performance trends, year-over-year variances, and future economic trends, as well as high priority items or projects for Sedgwick County. In the governmental fund section, you're going to see the financial statements that are broken out by fund. In the internal service funds section, you will find the 4 funds where shared cost allocations for goods and services provided by the Sedgwick County departments are broken out. In the custodial fund section, you will see assets held by Sedgwick County that don't actually belong to Sedgwick County, such as the tax dollars that we hold until distribution, the sheriff inmate funds, and the district court funds. In the statistical section, you will see detailed information over 10-year trends utilizing numbers from the financial statements. And finally, in the single audit section, this is a financial statement audit report of all of our federal grant dollars. The day-to-day accounting activity that was required in order to generate the numbers that go into the ACFR was produced by the accounting department. I would like to take the opportunity to recognize these individuals who were responsible for helping me put together the 181-page document. 2 of the members are here today, Cassandra Mestis and Michelle STROOT, as well as David Floyd, Lynn Newby, Elizaveta Roberts, Lisette Foster, and Amy Walters. The county accounts for its financial activities in 2 different ways. We are required to primarily answer questions about our near-term financing capabilities. What does that mean? Well, in the private sector, the primary interest of the entity is whether or not they made a profit and what their overall financial position is. That is a long-term view of the finances of an entity. In the public sector, we are not here to make a profit. We are here to deliver services that can't be delivered by private entities to our community. And in order to provide those services, we have to have the ability to fund those services. So there are 3 perspectives for analysis. There's near-term financing, which produces the traditional fund statements. So instead of consolidating all of our accounts and records into one, we maintain a separate set of books for dedicated funding streams that we have for specific activities that we need to keep segregated for reporting purposes. The second is financial position. This is the traditional way businesses report their financial information. Just like a private corporation rolls up all of the activities into a single set of financial statements, we are rolling up all of the activities of all of our funds here at Sedgwick County to produce a single set of financial statements. We produce what are called entity-wide statements that establish our financial position. An example of these entity-wide statements can be found on page A17 and A18. These are the statement of net position and the statement of activities, again, rolling all of the funds of Sedgwick County into one statement for reporting and viewing. Long-term trends are shown in the statistical section of the audit report, and we do 10-year comparisons. There are 2 bases of accounting measures that are used in the audit report. The traditional statements use the modified accrual approach, which is the combination of cash basis and full accrual accounting methods in terms of revenue recognition. And the second, in the entity-wide statements, we use the full accrual approach. For the data on the next slides, I just wanted to call out that the page numbers for which the data and the charts are referring to is going to be at the top of the slide if you need to look at that later. So we will start with the fund balance. Fund balance is the amount of net assets that we have on hand in our governmental funds at the end of the year. The chart shows 5 years of history so that you can get a sense of where changes have occurred over the last 5 years. The chart is divided into different colors, and each color represents a different fund type. The dark blue at the bottom is the county's general fund, which is the largest single area, and it's where most governmental activities take place. The general fund ended 2023 with a fund balance of $90 million. This chart shows that over the last 5 years, the general fund balance has ranged from $72 million to $94 million. Above that, you will see the brown segment, which represents the federal and state assistance funds, or grant funds, with an ending balance of $37 million. The balance has ranged here from $22 to $37 million. Next, you will see the gray segment, which represents all other funds. And this is a combination of the fire district, special revenue funds, and the capital project funds. The fund balance for all of these for 2023 was $85 million. This section has ranged from $54 to $85 million over the last 5 years. The thin blue line below that represents the debt service line, which ended the year at $6 million and has ranged from $1 to $6 million. The orange segment represents the debt proceeds fund, which has a balance of $4 million. These are the funds that account for bond proceeds from the sale of debt that haven't been used either to pay for the projects yet or to refund the debt, which what the bonds were sold for. The range here has been between $4 and $43 million. At the top of the chart, you will see the PBC fund. This is represented by the thin green line. Well, it's a little bit bigger. It's thin in the first few years, but then bigger towards the end. So that balance ended with $42 million, and it is money that was collected by the Public Building Commission to pay for a building on Wichita State University's Innovation Campus, and the bonds that the PBC sold to pay for the building will be repaid solely with the proceeds of the WSU mill levy that we impose. And the large increase that you see here, up to $43 million in 2022, was due to the GASB 87 lease standard that we have discussed with you guys that we had to implement in 2022. This standard requires us to now reflect all operating leases on our financial statements. Now we will look at just the general fund. This chart identifies 5 years of general fund balances, and it identifies the classification of fund type within each year. The dark blue section at the bottom of the chart represents the non-spendable fund balance, which are net assets that are related to inventories, receivables, and other things that cannot be readily spent. And this balance was $2 million. The brown bar represents assigned fund balance. Every year when we adopt a budget, we budget for a large amount of contingencies to fund major events, crises, things like that, and it's to provide the legal spending authority. When we do that, we are assigning that fund balance, we are designating a use for it in a subsequent year, and you see that balance was $10 million. The yellow segment at the top of the chart is unassigned fund balance. That's the amount of general fund balance for which there has been no designated use. This balance was $78 million. The sum of the unassigned fund balance and the assigned fund balance, the $78 million and the $10 million, at the end of 2023 equals what is referred to as unrestricted fund balance. The county has a fund balance policy that states that the unrestricted general fund balance should never be less than 20% of budgeted expenditures and transfers in the general fund. What you see on this slide is demonstration of the compliance with that policy. We ended the year with $88 million of unrestricted fund balance. Budgeted expenditures were $284 million. The 20% threshold is $57 million, so we were over the 20% threshold by $31 million or by 31%. Now we'll look at the near-term financing indicators of financial condition. One of the questions that we want to be able to answer has to do with budgetary solvency of our governmental funds. Are the county's annual revenues sufficient to pay for the annual budget? What you see on this chart shows 10 years of history, and for each year, it identifies the percentages that revenues made of expenditures. What we want to see is for those data points to be right at or slightly above the 100% line. What we see on this chart is that we have consistently been below the 100% line. In 2023, our governmental fund revenues amounted to 95% of governmental fund expenditures. To get a more reasonable picture of whether or not we are able to pay for our own operations, we use the operating solvency indicator, which takes the same revenue base and compares it to the governmental fund expenditures, but it excludes PBC, debt service, and debt proceed funds. And again, we want it to be at or above the 100% line. And in 2023, we ended the year with revenues at about 105% of expenditures. Another question that we want to answer has to do with the flexibility of county finances. To what extent do we have full control over the use of our assets? In order to answer that question, we look at the total debt service, which is the total principal and interest obligations that the county has incurred as a percentage of all expenditures that we incur. To the extent that we have debt service expenditures, they take priority over everything else because they are contractual obligations. So to the extent that we have those expenditures, they're going to consume the available resources that we have. So at the end of the year, our debt service expenditures amounted to 2.7% of all governmental fund expenditures. You see on this chart, we've been consistently about between 3 and 6%, except for 2014, when our debt service expenditures spiked because we were engaging in a series of refundings, paying off bonds early during those years. The next question we want to ask is whether or not the county has any difficulty paying its short-term obligations, which is a measure of liquidity. This measure looks at the total cash and investments that the county has on hand at the end of the year as a percentage of the liabilities. What this chart shows is that at the end of 2023, our cash on hand amounted to $4.48 for every $1 of liability. This is the final measure of near-term financing. How much are we relying on other areas of government to fund our activities? What is the total intergovernmental revenue as a percentage of the total revenue? What we have seen over the past 10 years is that intergovernmental revenue has consistently been between 14 and 16% of all revenue within our governmental funds, except for the years 20 and 21, which was due to the COVID relief funding that we received in those 2 years. The chart shows in 2023, we dropped back down to 15%. Now we will dive into the entity-wide financial statements. The entity-wide statements are the statements that wrap all of the county's financial activity into a single set of financial statements on a full accrual basis, similar to what a private business does. I begin with the county's net position or its net worth. The county had a net position at the end of 2023 of $417 million. Each bar represents a separate year, and 5 years are represented. Within each bar, you can see the composition of our net position. The dark blue segment identifies capital assets, net of any debt that is outstanding that was used to pay for those assets. The 2023 total is $357 million. The lighter blue segment represents restricted net position, and the nature of the restrictions are illustrated on the pie chart to the right. There are 8 identified restricted funds listed, and the largest being capital improvements at $28 million. The county's total restricted net position at the end of 2023 was $65 million, $2 million less than the previous year. Finally, the light blue segment at the bottom represents unrestricted net position, and we ended the year with a balance of -5. One of the most important questions in relation to the financial position is, did it improve or did it deteriorate? What this chart shows is that our financial position improved by almost 2%, which is a good indicator going into 2024 at the time. This chart shows both the governmental and business type activities. In 2023, we had one business type activity that had actual activity, which was the arena. In 2024, we'll have 2 with the addition of the new code enforcement fund there. But for 2023, we have our governmental activities and our business type activities. In the statement of activities, our beginning net position was $547 million, and the ending net position was $558. Our financial position improved because our revenues exceeded our expenses by about $11 million. One of the things that we're always concerned with is the extent to which the activities of the county are able to support themselves with their own self-generated revenues. We are not in the profit-making business, so we don't expect governmental activities to be fully self-supporting, but to the extent that they can generate some of their own revenues, it means that we don't have to use property tax dollars. So what this chart shows are the activities of the government, and the functions of the government are represented by a bar, and then within each bar, the total is the amount of expense that was incurred for the year. The dark blue area is the amount of program revenue or self-generated revenue that the activity produced to pay its bills. The light blue area is the amount of general revenue or tax support revenue that was necessary in order to pay the bills for that certain activity. What the chart shows is the largest single activity in Sedgwick County in terms of expense is public safety. During 2023, we spent $189 million on public safety activities. Public safety was able to produce $43 million of program revenue through jail fees and various grants to cover those bills, but the balance of $146 million was required to be provided by taxes. So 77% of public safety activities were funded through taxes. General government incurred $80 million in expenses, and it required about 52% of tax support. Health and welfare activities, which includes ComCare, the health department, CDDO, and aging services, included $77 million in expenses, and it only required 20% of tax support. Of that $77 million, $61 million was paid for with program income generated by those activities. Fees that are imposed on clients of the Human Services Department and grant revenues that are collected to provide services to clients of the Human Resources Department. In order to determine the adequacy of financial position and of entity-wide statements, we're going to look at the solvency measure, which looks at the county's ability to pay off its long-term debt with its assets. What we're doing is taking long-term liabilities as a percentage of assets, and what we see in 2023, we ended the year with long-term liabilities equal to about 31% of assets. In other words, 31 cents of every liability was covered by $1 of assets, which indicates the county is in good condition to pay off its long-term debt. Just to note, the 2014 increase from what traditionally had been around the 20% threshold was due to the debt refinancing that the county was undertaking that I had mentioned earlier. The 2015 spike up to about the 35% threshold is due to the GASB standard, which was updated for CAPER's liability that we had to begin reflecting on our books back in 2015. Even with that liability, what this chart illustrates is that we have ample ability to be able to repay our debts. The last tab in the audit report is the statistical section. This section contains a lot of good information for anybody who might be interested in evaluating Sedgwick County finances. First, we'll look at the 10-year history of governmental revenue and expenses, and on this chart, the dark blue line represents revenue. The lighter blue line represents expense. What you want to see is the dark blue line above the light blue line, indicating that revenue was more than expenses. In 2023, that is the case, as revenues are $419 million and expenses are $414 million. We can also determine where the county has been placing its emphasis over the past 10 years by looking at the change of expenses over that 10-year period by function. And what the chart shows is the amount of increase or decrease of expenses in 2023 versus in 2014. The greatest source of increases for county expenses over the 10-year period has been public safety, as those expenses increased $47 million. General government increased $35 million. Health and welfare increased $21 million. Culture and rec expenses increased $7 million. Public works increased only by $1 million. And interest decreased by $4 million. And community development decreased by $7 million. Within our revenues, I've talked before about the expectations that activities generate program revenue as much as possible so that we don't have to rely solely on property tax dollars. And what this chart shows is 10 years of history of property tax revenue represented by the light blue line and program revenue represented by the dark blue line. In 2023, property taxes now are substantially higher than program revenue, $209 million versus $152 million. Property tax revenue was nearly $51 million higher at $209 million versus $158 million in 2014. What this chart shows is that over the past 10 years, the county has become increasingly reliant on property taxes as the principal funding stream to pay for county services. The significant drop from 2015 to 2016 is attributed to 3 programs: the affordable airfares, the Elephant Barn, and Public Works. Because we're so reliant on property taxes, we pay a lot of attention to our tax collection rate. How effective are we at collecting the property taxes that have been levied? This chart shows 10 years of history for collection rates. This chart shows the tax year that it is funding for the budget year. So for example, 2022's taxes funded the 2023 budget. That's why you don't see 2023 in here. The most important thing to emphasize here is the county's collection rate, which is controlled by the activities of the county treasurer. The county collected 97% in 2013, and then for the past 9 years, they have collected at 98%. In other words, unpaid taxes represented less than 2% of the total levy. We will now talk about long-term debt. What you see on this chart is 10 years of history for the county's outstanding debt, each year represented by a bar, and within each bar there are different colors representing the different categories of debt. In 2023, the county had $34 million of general obligation debt, and that is the blue at the bottom of the chart. There was $2 million of special assessment debt. That's the thin dark blue line. We had $64 million of PBC debt, represented by the light blue line. There is $2 million of lease debt that's represented by the fire apparatus, and that's the brown that you can hardly see at the very top of the chart. What this chart shows is that the general obligation debt of the county has decreased steadily since its peak in 2014 at $67 million down to $34 million. And the PBC debt spiked in 2014, again, due to that refunding that I discussed earlier.
Hope, 1 second.
Yeah.
I just want to let all of our viewers on KPTS know that our session ends at 1 p.m. with KPTS, and you can follow us again at YouTube or Facebook, where we'll continue the meeting. So just want everybody on KPTS to know that. Hope, carry on.
I'm getting there.
Good, you're doing great.
The last report in the ACFR is the single audit report that Michael had touched on a little bit earlier. It's also called the CFA. So the single audit report is a financial statement audit of a non-federal entity that receives federal funds. The audit is intended to ensure that the entity has adequate internal controls and is in compliance with the program requirements. The single audit combines the annual financial statements audit with additional audit coverage of federal funds. The required threshold for a single audit is any programs that are over $750,000. The 3 programs that were audited this year for Sedgwick County were formula grants for rural areas, Section 5311, the Coronavirus State and Local Recovery Funds, and the COVID-19 Provider Relief Fund. And the results were clean, unmodified opinion with no findings, and then they also reaffirmed us as a low-risk auditee. This is the statistics section with charts that show 10 years of data about the county's performance. This is what citizens are most interested in. What did they get for their money? So here we have our public safety services, and some of the highlights here, as you've heard in other presentations, the number of juvenile and adults in detention at Sedgwick County has decreased, and this is shown for years 1 and 10 in comparison. And due to the actions of the commission, the pay increases were implemented in 2023, and so they were able to hire more employees to provide public safety services. Here we talk about the fire service statistics. Here it shows that there's a continued decrease in the number of residential fires, also with the same number of fire stations at 9. That has not changed year over year or in the last 10 years. And the 58% decrease that you see here, I had reached out to the fire department, and it was due to them going to an updated records management system for NFPA compliance. So that's why the numbers are a little bit skewed there, but 61 is a good number for 2023. As you can see here in the health and welfare services, due to the new CCBHC building, we were able to serve more clients with more staff due to the updated pay plan in ComCare. Here you see the culture and recreation services, which talks about the attendance at the Sedgwick County Zoo and at the Sedgwick County Park. And as you can see, Sedgwick County residents continue to visit and enjoy the zoo and the park in high volume numbers.
Hope.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yes.
What about Lake Afton? Is that part of Sedgwick County Park, or do you have numbers for Lake Afton?
We do not, but I can get you those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
So our next is the Interest Bank Arena. In 2023, we had 68 events, and the revenue to the county since opening the Interest Bank Arena has been $5.9 million has been returned to the county as part of that. In public works service, some areas to highlight here. So you see that the number of household hazardous waste tons disposed, there's been significant decreases in the 1 and 10 year trends. And I was told that the previous year numbers were reflecting people at home and cleaning out during COVID. 2022 was a very high year with almost $1.8 million pounds of household hazardous waste disposed in 2022. And then KDHE has told us that the numbers dropped consistently across the state since COVID. This is most likely due to the down economy, buying less and not moving as much, and moving companies do not accept any liquids. And our last statistic here is the general government services that we provide. And the biggest takeaway from this slide is that people are voting more now than they did in 2014. And we've come off a few record years of low interest rates, so which increases the number of refinanced mortgages in prior years. And now that rates have started going up in 2023 and 2024, the number of filings are down, but new construction is up 10%. So that's some of the good highlights here from our general government services. So to summarize, Forvis did a thorough audit on all of the government and business type funds for Sedgwick County. We passed our internal control processes, the financial statement audit, and the single audit with no findings. So this should provide confidence that the financial statements are complete and accurate for 2023. So at this time, I would be happy to try and answer any questions that you guys have.
Okay, very good job, Hope. I would just sum up your whole presentation by saying that many of the highlights that jumped off of this saying we have low debt, low cost of government, there's good liquidity. Heading into 24, we were in an improving financial position. And the 4 perfect audits lets our constituents know that we have a finance department that is professional and great stewards over the finances coming through this organization. So there's a lot of good news in that presentation, and congratulations, and thank you for all the work you do, Hope, and Lindsay, your team. Thank you so much for all the work you guys do. This is a really impressive report. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. I just want to echo some of those comments. Hope you all do a great job, Lindsay, your entire staff. We appreciate it. Thanks to Forvis for looking at us again this year. We appreciate it very much. Actually, you had me on the first page, clean, unmodified opinion with no findings. So that's good news. We appreciate it very much. Thanks for what you all do.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To your comments, I would agree. If you were going to characterize county, we're providing more services for less cost to the taxpayer overall. I think that's facility. But for this fund, it would probably be property tax dollars.
You're correct.
So this fund is offsetting some property tax dependency that would otherwise be, all of our taxpayers would have to cover that. So there is some revenue that's offsetting some property tax responsibilities, and that is true. But we can't take this money and go build a bridge. That's not going to happen. Okay. And I don't know, maybe I missed it in here, but that reserve fund, where are we on that reserve fund at this point?
I'm happy to get that to you. It was just included in our recent monthly financial report. There is a sub-fund, so I will pull that balance and come back and let you know. It is reported in here as of the end of 2023, but I can give you a better number as of last month, and I'll pull that for you.
One way we're getting this fund is we're charging so much per ticket that's sold.
Right. There is additional facility fee dollars that are charged on any eligible tickets, and we receive $1.50 back from each of those eligible tickets.
While you're still here, I have another question. You or Hope could answer this one, but it might be you.
Okay. I'll stay here just in case.
So the long-term analysis of property tax collection rates, it bothers me that we talk about basically a first-year collection rate of 98%. But that's not really fair because we collect in year 2, 3, and 4 on delinquent property taxes. If you were to add that in there, How much tax is being assessed that we do not collect? In other words, the property is sold and we frankly have to graciously give up, if you will. Ultimately, there's some taxes not collected, but it's a very small percentage, like less than 0.5%. It's actually much lower than that, I believe. Please explain that, if you will.
Okay, sure. If you in the ACFR on page E10, it will break it out on the total collection taxes to date, as well as the collections in subsequent years.
So how much is ultimately not collected after the fourth year?
So if we go to that page E10, what you'll see, for example, is for the 2014 tax year that would have funded the 2015 budget, we actually wound up collecting 99.7% of that levy. So it will depend each year, but looking at this table real quick, it looks like it's anywhere from 98.8% as the lowest figure.
What year was that?
That was 2013 to fund the 2014 budget year, and that was when we were really feeling the effects of the Great Recession. So that doesn't surprise me.
Does that take into account, though, in that example, 2014, 15, 16, 17, is taking that into account?
It is the entire, it is what we have collected to date on that year. So we do have, what you can see in here is the original year's levy and collections, but then there's a table, or a column off to the far right in this table that shows to date how much we have collected on that levy owed back to that original levy date.
Can we also say that the interest that's accrued on the delinquent tax, where does that go?
That goes into the county general fund, and that is not paid on the levy. That is a separate penalty and fee that's paid, so it would not count toward the
If you take that into account, though, that actually more than replaces the lost revenue due to taxes being not collected on some properties.
It could. Remember that we had very, very low interest rates there for quite some time. And so I don't know that in every year it would have fully made up that gap. But we can go back and look at that and give you a final answer.
Well, please remind me, because I think, and I don't know if this changes from year to year, but I thought the interest rate on delinquent tax was like around 7 or 8%.
It will, I'll confirm with the treasurer what is being assessed.
I guess my takeaway from this is I want people to realize that if you don't pay your taxes, they don't go away. It's like death in taxes, right? It doesn't go away. There's interest on the non-payment, and ultimately you will pay that eventually, or the property will be sold to pay the government back. And there is no way to get out of that obligation to pay those taxes. That will never happen. The idea that someone landlords sometimes don't pay taxes, we've seen that before, but eventually they do pay with interest. I want to make sure that people know that. Thank you.
And there are additional penalties beyond just the interest, yes.
Thanks.
Okay, other questions or comments? It's real good. Thank you. There's a lot of work that goes into this. I'm certain of it. So we just appreciate all the work you guys do in your department, Hope. Okay. I would make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Thank you again, Hope. Michael, thank you so much, everybody. Okay, Madam Clerk, we already did item R, so we're on to item S. Please call item S.
Item S, accept a donation in the amount of $500 for the Sedgwick County EMS for the Williams Companies, Inc.
Okay. Chief Lannerman, you've waited patiently. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chief Lannerman with Sedgwick County EMS. I just wanted to acknowledge the donation from the Williams Company in the amount of $500 to Sedgwick County EMS. They are an energy infrastructure company that handles natural gas. One of their core values and benefits is to support the communities where the employees work and live. And this isn't the first year they've donated to Sedgwick County EMS. They've donated quite regularly to us, and we appreciate the $500 donation. And that money will go towards some incident command materials and things that we need, triage tags, triage tarps or flags, transport boards, and things like that we'll use that money to buy. So with that, I recommend you accept the donation and authorize Chairman to sign a letter of appreciation.
Okay, very good. We are incredibly grateful, Chief, and I appreciate that you let us know exactly where that money's going to go. There's an use for this. a really important use for this. So we're publicly very grateful for the Williams companies for their donation to EMS. Thank you so much. So I'll make a motion to accept the donation in the amount of $500 to Sedgwick County EMS from the Williams Companies, Inc.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Chief, thanks again. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item T, resolution amending Chapter 20, Article 5 of the Sedgwick County Code relating to parks, lakes, and recreational facility rules.
Okay. For clarity, it's item 4. It was good, though. It's been a long day.
I'm sure he is.
Ms. Tanya Cole, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Tanya Cole, Assistant County Manager. I said good morning. Gosh darn it. Sorry, good afternoon. I am here as well as Aaron Bailey, Park Superintendent, to request an update and revision to our parks codes. And so I'd like to help frame what's driving some of these changes. As far as our number of visitors that come to our parks, we're looking at a little over 1.5 million visitors that frequent our parks. And specifically, in 2023, Lake Afton Park, to your question, Commissioner Dennis, we have an estimated 460,000 visitors that come to Lake Afton Park. For Sedgwick County Park, we have about 1,045,881,000 that come to Sedgwick County Park. Of course, this is estimated, but we have some pretty good counters where we get those numbers from. As far as our mission for the parks, it's to provide an opportunity for Sedgwick County residents and visitors to enjoy a piece of the landscape in Sedgwick County that is safe, attractive, and reasonably priced for outdoor recreational activities. And so as far as updating our parks codes, we're going to get into a little bit of the camping updates. And so we're changing our philosophy a little bit when it comes to camping. We want to consider Lake Afton Park as more of a local recreational park and less of a residential park. We do have issues of trash and dumping that occur at Sedgwick County Park and Lake Afton Park. So as we get into those codes, you'll see that we're trying to make some changes there. And then, of course, back to our mission, we want to make sure that our parks are safe and attractive recreational activities for Sedgwick County residents and visitors. You'll see that we do have some fee increases, and that's just to stay consistent with other recreational areas and then to just address increases in our operating costs. So as far as fee increases, I want to just mention that our shelter rental fees are increasing by 10%. The last time that we increased our shelter fees was back in 2018. And so the shelter fees range from $55 to $220, and each shelter has a set fee. Our camping fees are increasing by 15%, and so the fees range from $13 to $17 per day, and then $12 to $15 per day, and again, that's per campsite type. The boating fees, permit fees, were increasing by 40%, and those fees range from $7 to $10 per day, and that's based on the type of vessel. And then we are eliminating the fee changes that apply from March 1st through October 31st and just making that uniform throughout the year. Continuing on with fee increases, there's a daily fee increase from 50 cents to $2 for outdoor lighting. The daily late payment fee per camper is $5 per day. That's where we're increasing that to $7.50 per day. And then we are changing the shelter hours now from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then the shelter fee range is from $25 to $300 per day. Again, each shelter has a set fee. And then, I want to talk on this a little bit. The language we're adding for both Lake Afton and Sedgwick County Park, and I did mention this to Commissioner Dennis because I know that he mentioned this at staff meeting. When it comes to large events, we're going to make this applicable to a specific county policy. This county policy we don't currently have in place. I'm working with Armand to have a specific county policy that is specific to large events, because we're going to have so many entities within the county that will apply to, such as emergency management, EMS, and sheriff's office, those type of entities. But we will have a specific county policy that will refer to large events. So I just wanted to specifically speak to that and make sure that you all understood what that would look like. Okay, now we're going to get into the camping at Lake Afton. So what that will look like is 14 days in and 5 days out. And so what that means is campers can camp up to 14 days, but after those 14 days, they will have to be out of the park for 5 days. In reestablishing a campsite before 5 days, that would be a Class G violation, so a $75 fine for that first offense. This is a big change, and again, this goes back to making this more of a recreational camp park rather than a residential. So we're reducing the numbers of days that you can camp at Lake Afton from 300 days to 56 days. So that's 8 weeks out of the year rather than 10 months. And then a camper refers to any individual, group, and/or camping unit. Also, campsites will be considered abandoned after 24 consecutive hours unattended. We changed that from 48 to 24 hours. Unless a camper provides written notice to the park superintendent. Fees for removing an abandoned property are $30 for removal and then $2 per day for storage. And then after 30 days, that unclaimed abandoned property becomes property of Sedgwick County and shall be disposed of according to policy. And then this is just a picture of a little bit of an exaggerated abandoned property, but this is something that Parks has to deal with out there on abandoned property. Okay, also we're adding that additional language to prohibit camping inside or within 30 feet of open-sided shelters. This allows those not camping to have a place to enjoy the park and also prevents damage to shelters. We're adding language that clotheslines or wires must be attached to a camper or vehicle and must be removed when not in use. And adding a Class G violation to have clotheslines or wire that is not actively being used. Also adding language to help prevent the use of tarps to enclose open-sided shelters, and so a tarp can only be used on one side of the shelter in inclement weather. And so that's an example of what we're asking to be not used in these open-sided shelters. So that's an example of camping that's being used right now, and that would be prohibited. Camping vehicles, we're allowing one camping vehicle to be used for overnight stay per campsite. And a camping vehicle means any vehicle, I might have help with that, need some help. Vehicular portable dwelling unit designed for a short-term occupancy such as a motorhome, camper, travel, trailer, and the likes. And then a trailer limit, so we're only allowing one trailer in addition to the camping vehicle, provided it is used for transportation of a vessel or personal watercraft. And so that now becomes a Class G violation to exceed these limits. Now we're getting into the trash bit. So this clarifies language that trash or litter generated during park use must be disposed of properly, and trash generated outside of the park may not be disposed of on park's property. And we're adding language to prohibit littering and dumping of trash generated outside of the park use to now be a Class I violation, which is a $500 fine. These are some examples of what happens out at the parks. You can see that this trash was obviously not generated during the park use. We have a mattress right there by the trash bin and the tornado shelter, and then some cushions, luggage, and a bench there. So this, I can tell you, happens on a daily basis out there at the parks where we've got some dumping. So. And then fishing has always been prohibited out at Northeast Sedgwick County Park. We're just actually adding the language to the codes to make sure that it is prohibited. We do have some ponds out there at Northeast Sedgwick County Park. So as far as effective date, we do have to run this in the county newspaper for 3 consecutive weeks in the Ark Valley News. And so we anticipate that this will appear in the newspaper May 30, June 6th, and June 13th. And so that would make it effective June 14th, assuming that we have no delays in publications. And park staff will also work with communication to make sure that we are notifying parks customer out at Lake Afton, Northeast Sedgwick County Park, and Sedgwick County Park, and then also make those changes to our website so that everyone that is visiting the parks are well notified of these changes. And so I'm happy to stand for any questions. Again, Aaron Bailey is here, and so I would recommend that you all adopt the resolution.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Tanya, for the presentation, all the work you've done on this. You as well, Aaron. Thank you so much. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Tanya, thank you for all your work on this and the staff's work. I know that you presented this at a staff meeting, so it's familiar to all of the commissioners. The number of emails and phone calls I receive on this subject is only exceeded by property tax complaints. So it is high on the agenda because the citizens are concerned about the condition of the park. They're concerned about trash at the park. They're concerned about people that live at the park. It has deteriorated as a result of some of the uses that it's being put to. So I appreciate the work that's gone into this. I think it's needed at this time. Certainly as we progress through, if we find that some of these are too onerous, we can always review it at a later date and modify the regulations. But for now, I think we need a starting point, and this is a good starting point. It's been a while since we've increased fees on anything, and everything goes up, and the cost of maintaining this park continues to go up. We just saw 3 floating docks. The cost of those 3 floating docks is astronomical, honestly. And if it's either use some user fees to help fund a lot of things that need to be done out there, or it's going to rely on property tax. And I would rather make sure that the people that use the parks are the ones that are helping us fund this. So at the appropriate time, I'm ready to make a motion to accept this. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Chairman. Just, are there folks out there that, Commissioner Dennis's point, there's folks out there that basically spend the entire summer Lake Afton. So have we talked to them and let them know this is coming? Have we communicated that to folks? Is there any type of signage out there that lets people know this is about to happen?
I don't know that we have put signage out there in anticipation of this because we wanted to make sure that this was approved first before we make any notification. But I do know that there are some of those folks that are aware of these changes.
I'm just curious. So today is part of the resolution, the implementation date is June 14. Is that part of the resolution today?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I'm a little concerned about that being so quick after the publication in the paper, but that's only basically a month from today, or actually less than that, actually. So it's less than a month from now when this will start. It's not giving some of these folks very much notice. In terms of the fees and all that, is that all that posted on signage as you come into the park?
We do have a sign. Aaron, I might just have you, we do have a large signage out there, and we plan to, in the bait shop, make sure that this is communicated to customers that are coming there for their permits for whatever it is, boating, camping, to make sure that everyone knows of these changes. And as well, we were going to try to figure out something for the signage out there, the large signage.
I may have missed it because I was busy multitasking here, but is there the fee increases for the campsites, are they different for the water hookup areas? Are they going to be a different amount than the non-water hookup areas?
Yes. Okay. Do you want to speak to that? Do you want to speak to it? Go ahead.
In the interim, Commissioner, if I may interject, Armand Shkaf, Assistant County Counselor. One of the requirements that the county will have if the commissioners would like to adopt this resolution today is the parks will have to post the list of changes to the code, substantive list of changes, and the penalties for any potential new violations on all the entrances and exits to the property for those 3 consecutive weeks while the same is being published in the local newspaper. So there's going to be, by state statute, a notice posted on exits and entrances so that people and general constituents are aware of the changes that are coming.
Okay. And a Class G violation is a fine, I assume, and how much is that?
Class G, I believe from the top of my head, is $75. We have a list in our county codes for different levels of violations, the highest being Class I. Class G is on the lower end of that.
Okay, and then you also mentioned Ark Valley News. Did we change the publication of record from something to Ark Valley? I thought it was Derby Informer. I'm just curious.
My understanding is our county newspaper is Ark Valley News.
It's Ark Valley, and it has been for the last 2 years.
Okay, I must have missed it. Thank you so much.
Okay, and then I think we answered all of your questions except for the water hookups, and that is being changed from $2 to $2.50, $2.50.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adopt the resolution.
I'll second the motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Again, thank you, Tanya.
Thank you,
Aaron,
Commissioners.
Thank you
Appreciate it.
so much for your work on this.
Thanks, Tanya.
Okay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item U, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Sedgwick County, Kansas, creating new policies and procedures regarding community program funding requests.
Okay, Manager Stoltz.
Good afternoon again, Chairman and Commission Tom Stoltz, County Manager's Office. I'll be brief. We've discussed this policy of community program funding requests for a couple of years, but for the public, essentially, this is a new policy designed to put some sort of guideline or more official policy regarding how the county accepts requests for money from community funding programs. There are several places within our budget that have community related fundings. It's a little bit under public services, a little bit under culture and rec, a little bit under community development community programs. This policy would apply to all of those. You have 2 policies in front of you. There's a little bit over a 2-page policy and one that's right at 2 pages. The difference for the public is Commission can consider a policy where some funding is designated through the budget process that we could administrate throughout the year using a advisory board to help distribute that money. Or the second option is there is any funding request that comes through this entity goes through a legitimate budget process when we ratify budget and can't be taken out of sequence within a year. So with that, I'll be glad to go into more detail or answer any question that the commission has had. We've staffed this a couple of times and had this policy rolling for a little bit more than a year. So
Yeah, in due time. Thank you, Tom, for the work you put into this. To be clear, are we entertaining 2 different options? Is that what's happening here?
I need a choice of one of the 2 options.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the commission?
Just one question.
Commissioner Dennis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. This is a time when we're looking at, they call it structural imbalance, I call it deficit. And with us trying to choose out of 2,000 or so nonprofits across the Sedgwick County, it's unfair to the ones that don't get selected. It shows that we're smarter than the citizens on how that they use their money, and I don't believe that that's true. I don't believe in us setting aside a slush fund. Sorry, Mr. Manager, he doesn't like me to use that term.
Budget authority, sir, but okay.
But I don't believe in a fund that's sitting there that we suddenly are now picking winners and losers. I do appreciate the manager and his staff, though, working on two policies so that we can come to an agreement on which one to adopt. I know that that's taken quite a process because we've been talking about this for over a year. So at this point in time, I know which one that I would support, but I will not support one where that we set up a fund and then decide how we're going to distribute that. In today's environment, when we're in looking at a deficit situation, it is not time for us to start sending money out to different nonprofits, no matter how worthy that those nonprofits are. We have to be very frugal, and we have to be very cognizant of how that we spend our taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate the comments. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. Just the one thing I think is missing here, I agree with Commissioner Dennis. I think the one-page policy, or to say the shorter policy, is probably my preference. But one thing I wish that we had on here was a reconsideration of if in a previous year something was funded, that it's not considered automatic. There should be if they make a subsequent request in future year, it should be a reconsideration, not like it's approved for more than 1 year. I don't know if there's a way to add
I hear you, Commissioner. I don't know that we need to add that to this policy. We'll just make that part of the budget process in the future.
Okay. So again, I guess my final question would be this: if we adopt this today, are we going to go this year in the 2025 budget process? Are we going to go back and start that process for things that are maybe were funded in 2024? Are we going to go back and take a look at those?
I think we can. I think we can bring it to the attention of the commission, everything that is funded currently, and if the commission's will is to continue funding them for the 25 budget process, that's fine, but we can revisit those point by point. Pretty easy list to compile. We already have it. We can bring it to you in a staff meeting or in a budget meeting and do that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Dennis, you had mentioned that there was a specific one that you like. Would you be willing to make a motion? And
Certainly. And which one is one?
The shorter one is the
shorter
one you were talking about, sir.
Do they have different numbers, or how to identify it?
Just to make the motion to be the policy that does not designate the fund.
Very good. Thank you. I move that we accept the policy that does not set a designated set of funds.
Okay. I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell. Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Tom, thanks for the work you did on this. I know this has been quite a process, so. Okay, Manager Stoltz, do we have everybody here that needs to be here to move on? Okay, good. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item V, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts, regular meeting on May 16th, 2024.
And there he is, Joe Thomas.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director. The regular meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts on May 16th has resulted in 3 items that we're presenting to you. The first one is employee medical and pharmacy benefits for human resources. This recommendation is to accept the proposal from United Healthcare Services Incorporated for a first-year cost of $1,329,285.29. This would begin contract period of January 1st, 2025 for a period of 3 years with 2 one-year options to renew. Second item is the assessment, technical assistance, and training to create interoperability of data systems for Sedgwick County Health Department. And this recommendation is to accept the proposal from HLN Consulting, LLC. It's in the amount of $223,975.74 for a contract period through December 31st of 2025. And our final item, item 3, is King Air Aircraft Model 350 maintenance for the Sheriff's Office and Fleet Management. Recommendation is to accept the proposal from Clemens Aviation, LLC, and establish a contract pricing at the rates shown for a period of 2 years with 2 one-year options to renew. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have and recommend approval.
Okay, thank you, Joe, for the summary. Commissioner Meitzner.
Mr. Chairman, if it's all right, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 2 and 3 and hold off on number 1 with some further questions.
Okay, it's a motion. I'll second that motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, back to item 1. Commissioner Meitzner.
Yeah, thank you. Joe, there's been, as you know, there's been some discussion about this item. And I was looking through the minutes of that item. Can you refresh and explain how the bid board committee got to this decision? I see some, mainly in the middle of the second page of the page 2, whatever it's, page 210, talks about the committee reviewed all responses, shortlisted, interviewed, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Kansas Health, blah, blah, blah. And then they also, the next paragraph, fully integrated prescription program, carved out options, committee unanimously agreed, blah, blah, blah. So that's good reading. Could you just explain that, please?
Yes, so we went through an evaluation process. There were 10 total members of the evaluation committee, and they reviewed these, as you see on the first page, the tables of the proposals that were received. And so when we go through the process, in fact, in this proposal, there were 7 evaluation criteria that were listed, but it wasn't as simple as that, just having the 7. Because as we evaluated the RFPs, for example, you see on the table the administrative services and the third-party administrators. Well, when we had the RFP to vet those, we had to have, there were 90, I believe it was 95 questions that were submitted that they had to answer, and there was a table that included 25 categories that covered 3 time periods. So that was reviewed, and then for the RFP part for the pharmacy benefit managers, there was 122 questions, and there was 50 categories with the same 3 time periods. So there was quite a bit of information, and it was evaluated based on the organizational structure, the client service team, the rebates that were offered, the pharmacy benefits, the care management solutions or services, the reporting and data, network and discounts, pricing and guarantees. So there's quite a bit of information that we put together and had to be evaluated. And then those items or those proposals that were shortlisted were the ones that were scored the highest. And then there were interviews conducted with the 3, I believe it was 3 listed. And based on that, we had an award recommendation. Hope that answers your question.
Well, it does, and I appreciate that. And the reason I pulled this for that, your explanation as well, is it's important to the employees that are either watching or not, but it's also, it's a sizable chunk of dollars that are annually assigned. So I didn't want to gloss over just because it's on the consent agenda, but also have another couple of questions, if you don't mind. I'd like to ask if I could talk to Sheena for a minute on a couple of clarifications as well.
While Sheena's coming down, do you mind if I ask Joe a quick question,
Sure.
Commissioner? Requests were sent to 25 vendors. What type of vendors? Since the request was sent to 25 vendors on the RFP, what type of vendors is this sent to?
It's sent to any insurance carriers that would be able to cover the size of our public entity, and as well as carved out pharmacy benefit management in case we wanted to look at a separation between having a carrier doing the administrative services and then having just a pharmacy benefit manager managing that part of it.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Sheena, thank you. I don't know if you've got this handy, but I know that you'd shared with us just a short while ago an employee survey about all kinds of stuff in Sedgwick County. But if I remember right, something was in there about the insurance and their satisfaction or not. And can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Sheena Schmetz, Chief Human Resources Officer. We did submit, provide a survey to employees to respond to. This went out in March as part of our process, asking employees what they would like to see within their design, and that is a next step. But then also asking them their overall feelings on the current health plan, the current network. We did have close to 800 respondents on that. And when we asked them specifically, and you do have copies of the survey and the information provided yesterday, overall feelings about our current health plan and network, approximately 82% categorized it as average, above average, or excellent. In addition, we asked them about their current pharmacy plan and network, and again, over 82% said that that was average, above average, or excellent. And then we asked them about how they felt about our medical and pharmacy benefit compared with other employers. 83.6% again categorized it as average, above average, or excellent.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's important information. I know that changing insurance carriers can be very disruptive for, it happens in business, but it can be very disruptive for employees that are part of the deal. And the fact that the bid board team went through pretty good evaluation is pretty good. Thank you, Joe. The other I understand also recently that we have a little bit of a timeline pressure to be approved due to budget reasons. Just a final number needs to be of record or of vote to there's pressure for the budget purpose. You don't have to comment on that. I'm just but I want to thank you all for doing this, and IMA and everybody. It's extensive, and I think it just avoids. It confirms the numbers in our budget and just avoids and especially if the employees are 80+% pleased. And so thank you for all the work that HR staff, finance, IMA, bid board. I probably forgot somebody, but I just really appreciate that. So thank you. Those are my questions at this point. Thank you.
If I may make a comment.
Absolutely.
We have been in this process since early February. Before that, we were in our planning phase to even release that. When we put our committee together, we actually went through training that we provided them documents, or IMA did rather, and we went through the committee and explained to them what our bundled and unbundled options would look like. And so part of that included the provider network, the pharmacy piece, disease management, our stop loss, and wellness. And when we looked at that, we looked at what that would look like to carve any one or all of that out and how that would affect the employee and our overall administration of benefits. Again, just the burden that might impose upon staff. We looked at the employee satisfaction and realizing that those fixed costs of having that combined was in the best benefit of Sedgwick County. So we did look at those options as well and thoroughly went through that with each committee member.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you. That's all.
Sheena, one of the things that when I was reading through that in our presentation that we had yesterday, and thank you for the work that you did on that, one of the questions I had was the length of contract, 3-year term. And I know there's a 3-year term and then there's 2 1-year options that can extend this out to 5. Can you help me understand why that's necessary and why we do 3-year negotiations on contracts?
Sure. So how we have that set up, we're able to negotiate what those terms and those prices would be based on that term. In addition, there's staff consideration as well as putting all of that together. I know we talked a little piece about disruption on that, but that is a consideration that we take into account for employees as well. But again, we're able to negotiate some of those lower rates, and I think you saw that in some of our administrative fees that we were quoted for UHC, being at 73 cents.
What at this point, what happens if we only preferred a 1-year contract versus 3 at this point? Does that change this program, this plan? Does that change rates? What is that?
Yeah,
Could you help me understand that?
Yeah, we would have, well, I'm also going to defer to Joe as well. But it would be my understanding that we would have to go out and communicate this all over again as a new RFP based on those contract years.
Joe, what does that process look like?
Excuse me, Sheena. It would be somewhat disruptive. And then when you go out with an RFP after they put so much effort, as much effort went into these RFPs, they start to question the process too. And unless there's a really good reason after 1 year to terminate the contract, it's not recommended. I hope I answered that, if that's the direction.
Is it a general statement on anything? The longer you contract, the cheaper the price. This is the fact of it, right?
Exactly. So vendors would look for, it's a matter too of spreading your costs. You're spreading your costs. You're also having a commitment for a certain period of time. And there is a value to businesses to have a piece of business for a longer period of time and for them incentivized to keep that business for a certain amount of time. So it is encouraged.
Do you mind if I ask this? Is that commonplace for organizations our size to do multiple year agreements like that?
Yes.
In my private business, I do annual agreements, but we have a large organization, so we've always done that this way, and this is commonplace?
Yes, and to show you the value of it, if in the minutes it was noted that UHC was able to do a 3-year rate cap based on that length of time too. So the longevity of the contract, it depends too on the market. Like sometimes what we have when you're dealing with petrochemicals, those type of things, a very volatility in the markets, generally a 1-year pricing contract's basically all you can get. But something to this effect, longer term, it is recommended, and most public entities will do the multi-year contracts.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me start off by extending thanks to Sheena and the team that did the work. I don't want to be viewed as being critical towards them in any personal way, but I am concerned about the process here. When Sheena was speaking a moment ago, she kept saying, we did this and we did that. Who was the we? I know there was a group of 10 people, but who led that process to do the evaluation?
Purchasing is the one that leads the process as the facilitator. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have subject matter experts that are involved, but we do lead the process and we're in charge of it. And that goes all the way from getting non-disclosure agreements to making sure we have a preparatory meeting, explaining the rules, the guardrails that are put in place to make sure the process is clean so that we don't have a protest or anyone saying it was not done in a transparent manner.
And did I hear correctly that she said this started in early February? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that was just a couple months ago? 3 months ago?
A couple months, yes.
Okay. And what was IMA's role in all of this?
IMA's role was very crucial. As I mentioned earlier, that methodology that I mentioned and all the hundreds of pages we had received from the proposal, sorry for popping in the mic, and all those, we had to review that methodology on 9 different proposals. So IMA did not direct the award recommendation. What they did for us was distill the information that was a mammoth amount of information to put it in an objective analysis in the categories so that our evaluation committee, because many of those were not subject, our HR people are subject matter experts, but there were other people in the evaluation committee that were not, but had to be there as representative of the county members. And without that expertise, they had to have that information put into an easy enough, hopefully, to understand format so that they could score. Had it been left in the original information, I don't think they could have made a good faith scoring based on what they had.
Is it fair to say that basically IMA walked us through the process to get this done?
Somewhat. The HR had the process down. IMA was, again, that subject matter expert, again, to help us bring that information together objectively.
Am I remembering correctly? I think IMA came on as a consultant on these things, basically around 2019 or 2020?
Yes, sir.
2019?
2020 is there was a previous contract, but the last contract was October 1st, 2020.
And when we took on IMA to take this role, that was essentially a sole source decision.
It was a decision under competitive exception because at the time, the extenuating circumstance was that our benefits manager at the time abruptly left.
Yep.
And the time period was such that we needed to have in place someone to fill that role to help us get to where we needed to be. And so that contract was put together under the professional services exception.
Right. And then before IMA did that, we're using a county person to do that instead of IMA.
Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. I didn't want to answer that.
So let's just be clear. Again, IMA took on an important role, but they were essentially, because of timing, we essentially reached out to them and selected them under a duress, if you will, because a time schedule. We had to do something quickly. That's why we ended up where we did.
We were under duress, but we didn't pick them with that duress. We picked them because they came well recommended, and they did an excellent work for us.
Okay.
But we
I'm
were
sure they
under
do excellent work.
time
I'm not
constraint.
suggesting they don't do excellent work.
Yes.
If we win IMA's contract we have with them right now, is it ending soon?
The contract will end September 30th of 2025.
Okay, about a year from now. And what's the process we'll reconsider that contract between now and then. We'll reconsider how we do that, and that may be, there'll be a competitive process at that point. They're not the only.
Yes, sir. Because hopefully there will be no extenuating circumstance like was in the first case, so we will go out with an RFP, and then we will allow as many vendors that would like to bid on that proposal to do so, and then go through the same process, an evaluation of the proposals.
Okay, let's just say earlier we had during public comment today, we had some folks here from apparently the U.S. side. I didn't even know what company they were with. I did not know that. But they're challenging this idea that we have, companies that do PBM and healthcare as a partnership, if you will. And there's two parts of what they do, and United Healthcare and Optum, if I'm saying that right, is one of these relationships where they bid this together. In fact, let me get to some detail here. The proposal you read today said the first year cost of $1,329,285.29. Right? That's the county's cost?
Yes, sir. That is if you look at the table, that is including the estimated total administrative fee, which is the $21,321.84. And then added to that, though, is the stop loss premium. That's for any catastrophic settlements that we have to take. We have to have that premium in place. Those two figures added together made the $1,329,285.29.
So United Healthcare for 73 cents per employee per month. All right?
Yes, sir.
They're going to provide administrative services to the entire county.
Correct.
For a year. So $21,000 is the total price for administration of United Healthcare for our employees.
That's the cost that they would charge us.
That surprises me. That seems like a very low number to me. If this wasn't packaged up, what would that, maybe we don't have any bids today that is a healthcare provider that doesn't have a PBM attached. So that's a curiosity to me. Let me say it again. We have no healthcare providers managing healthcare that is not attached to a PBM. Every one of these that's presented here today has a PBM attached. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct. I would like to answer one piece of it when you spoke about the 73 cents. Had they not built that discount in, and that would be $40.73. So they have added in a $40 per employee per month discount for us.
And does that go back to that rebate? Is that why?
So it would be in addition to the rebates is that discount. So it's a little more than that. It's over $1 million.
I'll just say this. This gets kind of convoluted because there is two things going on here. There's healthcare management. That's our United Healthcare provides, if you will, insurance benefits to our employees as they need healthcare services. The second part of this is the pharmacy benefits manager part of this. Because these are connected the way they are, it's really hard to break this down and find out exactly what's going on with each one of these separately. And there's a relationship, maybe there is a benefit to have these connect together, but I can't tell what United Healthcare would do if it wasn't for the PBM attached to it.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Sheena. I want to clarify, too, when we shortlisted, it was not just, there were four. Not just, there were three carriers, but we also shortlisted a PBM. That was the Carillon RX. So they're located on the bottom right. So we did look at a PBM strictly on its own. We looked at all those different options, and even with those options, we decided to go with a fully integrated model.
But we don't have a bid from United Healthcare without a PBM. The only thing they provided us was a connected joint contract between the Optum and United Healthcare. I don't know what we're going to do if we didn't pick that option. We don't have an option for United Healthcare without a PBM attached.
I'd like to invite Vanessa Keith from IMA. She could be able to address that a little better than me.
Hi there, Vanessa Keith. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah.
The Carelon offer actually is United Healthcare paired with Carelon. So there is
so it's the
an offer
same. So basically the same package.
United
up deal.
Healthcare, but with a PBM that is actually carved out.
Okay. So it's got the same type of relationship between the healthcare management of United Healthcare to a pharmacy benefits manager. They also have a relationship between the two of them, even though Optum is essentially
carved out.
Affiliated with United Healthcare. We have, if you will, a different provider, but it still has a connection with them.
United Healthcare still would remain as the administrator, yes.
Well, okay. I'll just say this. I know this is going to pass, so I probably should just stop talking here. But I'm not sure this is the best deal. And the way this is connected up, I don't know that we actually really understand exactly all that's going on here. Let me just say this. There's some bigger numbers on the sheet here. The expected medical and prescription claims altogether is almost $40.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that paid to? Who's getting that $40.2 million?
It's to pay the claims. Those claims dollars are administered in
hospitals
process.
and doctors and that type of
they're
thing.
to pay your claims dollars.
Okay, so a lot of that is paid for by the county, and some of it's paid for by copays and other things by. Does this include copays by the employees?
Yes, it includes both employer and employee costs.
Does not include deductibles, though.
It includes both employer and employee costs.
Okay. Above, let's see, below that, there is a rebate of $4.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
Who does that go to?
That goes back to the county.
Back to the county?
Yes, in
And-
quarterly installments.
Okay, so that offsets our cost for the cost of healthcare
Yes.
payouts, if you will.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, again, let me just say I guess my final comment is this was with bid board on May the 16th. Today is May the 22nd. So this just happened through bid board. There's a total of 2 people that asked questions. They asked a total of 5 questions. This was presented to the county commissioners yesterday morning, a little bit more than 24 hours ago. And this is our first chance to really have an impact on what's being presented here. This is a big enough part of our employee benefits program. I want to be fully involved. I think this is our biggest opportunity in Sedgwick County to provide better services at a lower cost for employees and hopefully lower cost to the taxpayers. We need to work on this more. And then you guys talked about yesterday, almost embedded 6% increase per year is expected. And I don't know that I like that number. I think at the end of the day, we've got to do everything we can to get the cost down and provide the best benefits we can for the employees. Is this it? It might be. I'm just not convinced because the process was so aggressive. I don't know for sure that we've got the best deal. We are in a bit of a habit of what we do here. And I'm not sure if we're willing to actually look around and look for better deals. And that's my concern today. I see you want to say something. Go ahead.
I sure do. Lindsay Proso, your CFO. I do want to take some exception to some of the comments that we rushed through this or it was an aggressive process. I think we're in our 5th year of a health plan. We knew we had to come up with another solution. We did take comments from the commission at the retreat and tried to incorporate that by having 2 separate RFPs that we issued where we didn't just have a third-party administrator to manage our claims on our behalf, but also to go out and have a separate model that would break out the pharmacy benefit manager as well. So as Sheena mentioned, there were actually planning meetings up before that. That was when we really started having the conversations about with IMA and with purchasing about what does our RFP need to look like to ensure that we're getting the very best possible information and deal for our employees. And then, as Sheena mentioned, that review committee put in hours to learn and understand the intricacies and then dig into all of these. We did have some high-level summary information that IMA provided us, but we also had access to every single full proposal that was submitted. And that team spent a lot of time going through every single submission to score on 7 or 8 different criteria, then come together and build consensus over several meetings with the result that we presented it to you. And because of the way the charter is set up the way it is, where these have to go to bid board and then come to the commission the following week, we did not have a legal and appropriate way for us to share out this information and a recommendation to you until we went through that fair and open process to bring it to bid board. No one showed up from any of the other entities to protest or to ask questions. And so we tried to do our very best to make sure that, and I sat on the evaluation committee, we really did try our very best to make sure that this was a financially sound, with full benefits to our employees. So, and I recognize your concerns. I agree this is a huge amount of money, but we did follow the process that's been established by charter resolution.
This is, again, the folks that sat on that evaluation committee, I'm sure they did a great job. That's really not my concern.
I understand.
Right? And again, I don't want to be critical towards them specifically. I do think that the process from May the 16th until today is actually, it just seems rushed. We commissioners did not have, other than the retreat, did not have a lot of input into this process. I would say this, that whether it's true or not, maybe it's not, I have no idea. But to the argument that's coming at commissioners is saying if you had independent separate PBM, not tied to your health care, you would not have a disruption of prescriptions to your employees. You would save, I say the gentleman today said $2.5 to $4 million on the table. I'm not sure that's true or not. But if it is true, I would like to know that. The question is, we did not get a bid from UHC or anybody else that shows a healthcare plan that did not include a PBM that was part of that connected relationship between the PBM and the healthcare provider.
We actually did.
Okay.
We solicited proposals from independent third-party administrators as well as carrier-affiliated third-party administrators. We sent 13 independent TPAs and third-party administrators. 5 submitted proposals, including 2 third-party administrators that are not carrier-affiliated. Lumiere is owned by HCSC, which is a Blue Cross organization, but they are a third-party administrator. Those 2 administrators, their proposals, from an administrative perspective, were not competitive in comparison to United Healthcare.
I'll wrap this up. Go ahead.
Okay. We also sent out 12 solicitations for pharmacy benefit manager. 5 of the 10 of them quoted, 5 of them were independent pharmacy benefit managers that could operate on their own as well.
I think you must be right and I must be wrong. I need to see the data. I will concede my concern publicly, but I will tell you that for the last couple of years I've been talking about this, and I'm sorry that we're here today where we are. I wish I could have this concern handled maybe in a different way before right now. So I'll just say this, I know this is going to pass. I'll continue to have my concerns. I want to get the best deal for the employees and the taxpayers. That's my motivation. Is this it? It might be. If those bids are as you stated, that's fine. You speak very quickly, even faster than I do. And it's a little hard to understand the depths of what you just said. I need to understand it maybe in a more opportunity for me to analyze what you just said publicly. At the end of the day, I know this is going to go forward, so I will concede my public concerns at this time. But I do wish there was a way to do this for 1 year because I feel like I'm not convinced this is exactly the best we can do. It sounds like that's not even an option though. So I will concede, and I expect someone else to make a motion and it will pass. Thank you very much.
Chairman, may I make
Please.
one comment in regards to that conversation? There was some comments issued earlier today that said we were leaving money out on the table, and one of those was specifically in regards to Humira, and stated that we do not have biosimilars offered through UHC, and that's where the money is being left on the table. That is not true. United Healthcare covers 4 preferred biosimilars at the same tier with prior authorizations. When we use Humira through UHC, we do receive the rebates back to Sedgwick County. So we receive that money back on that, but they do offer 4 biosimilars on that.
Okay, appreciate the clarity. Thank you. Commissioner Meitzner.
Thanks for the conversation and clarifications. Thanks for the conversation, clarifications. I'll make a motion to approve as the item as presented.
Thank you. I'll second that, but I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Please.
First of all, I want to thank Sheena and everyone over in finance that worked on this. I want to thank IMA for the help that they provided to us on this. It's a difficult process. I also do not want county commissioners to get involved in the process of the bid board and directing things so that we're not open, transparent in the way that we go out and procure services, no matter what the service is, whether it's healthcare or buying a truck. That's not our role. We need to stay out of the role. We're the ones that approve it at the end. So if we have a commissioner that's asking to get involved and decide what happens during the bid board process, I think that is inappropriate. I also believe that maybe there will be a better way that we can look at this in the future. I've already talked to the manager right after our staff meeting the other day and said, hey, can we team up with the city of Wichita and with USD 259 and have a larger pool so that maybe we can get a better rate on this thing? Well, we've got 3 years to do that. We got 2-year options, but hopefully we can do that in 3 years and take a look at ways that we can reduce it in the future. But I want our staff to know how much I appreciate them and the time and effort that went into where we're at today. You are trusted by me wholeheartedly, and I want you to understand that I believe in you and what you're doing. I don't want you to go away from this thinking that the commission doesn't trust you to make the best decisions for the county. So we've got a motion and a second. Mr. Manager, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lopez, I'd like a comment.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank everybody for all the work that's gone into this. I know it's a lot when you talk about insurances. And coming from the health world, I was very pleasantly surprised by the level of health insurance that Sedgwick County provides to staff. And if you just look at the survey that we all got to dig through a little bit yesterday, the majority of our staff are happy with what we're doing right now. And so I just want to thank you guys for the work that's gone into it, because again, I know it was a lot, and I'm very appreciative, as my own family uses the health insurance, how good it is and the level that we have. So I am supportive of this, and I just want to make sure that I thank you guys for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to rebuttal on just a little bit here. First of all, I said I was wrong. I said you were right. Okay, did you hear me? I said it again. I was wrong. I need data. I need access to your data. Thank you. I want some time to analyze that. But again, to my point, this was rushed. I feel like it was. That's I have an opinion. I'm allowed to have an opinion. Let me say also, I'm in my 10th year on the county commission. Praise God for that. But you know what? I've never attended a single bid board. Not that I don't want to. I'm very curious. I love reading these minutes. But I have not tried to influence the bid board. So let's be clear. That's not what's going on here. I'm saying that I don't like the fact that, as I previously stated, I don't like the idea that we have a packaged PBM with health care. I don't know that that's the best deal. I want to understand how they would look if they were separated. And I think that's a fair comment. Please understand that it's reasonable for me to understand that. I don't know for sure we're getting the best deal. If it is the best deal, and I'm sure it is, because you're right. Let's move on. But please don't accuse me of trying to do something unethical by trying to influence the bid board process. That's not true at all.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Manager Stoltz, next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Manager Stoltz.
Good afternoon again. Tom Stoltz, County Manager's Office. Recommend approval of consent items W through double letter AM this morning.
Okay, Commissioners, we've all had a chance to review the consent agenda. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'd make a motion to approve consent agenda items W through AM.
Second.
Okay, motion a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Next item, please.
Committee reports.
Okay, Commissioners, do we have any committee reports to share?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none. Next item.
Other.
Anything under other? We've had a lot of others today, so. Next item, please.
Executive session.
There is no executive session, and that concludes the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for May 22nd, 2024. It felt like there was a rush of joy here. Appreciate everybody's patience today and everybody's input into the process. It was a big meeting, long meeting, got a lot accomplished. So that being said, meeting is officially adjourned. No, they canceled it.
Yes.